Today, we face challenges that will shape our future. Challenges we cannot ignore. Climate change threatens our resilience with rising seas and violent storms. Economic inequality grows as geopolitical tensions evolve. The rise of AI brings new possibilities and challenges, transforming our connected lives. But what if we could help shape our future? Building lasting impact not as spectators, but as active creators. Imagine the masterpiece we could craft together. Every change, every initiative, every breakthrough begins with us. Imagine the impact of thousands of people from all around the world, diverse and united, working hand in hand, sketching the blueprint for a better tomorrow. Imagine a future where our collective creativity shapes sustainable cities, where clean energy powers our lives, and where our environment thrives. A future in which our innovations, our clients, our work tackle society's greatest challenges, reducing carbon footprints, eliminating economic disparity, and building resilient communities. But real impact only multiplies when we collaborate. Every action has the potential to propel us forward, creating real, lasting change. Only together can we navigate the accelerating changes in technology, consumer expectations, and societal shifts. We've come a long way, and now the future we dream of is being built today. Together, with every stroke of our collective creativity, every idea and every action. This is our moment to lead, innovate, and reshape. Let's not just imagine this future. Let's create it for our people and our society. Today, we face challenges that will shape our future. Challenges we cannot ignore. Climate change threatens our resilience with rising seas and violent storms. Economic inequality grows as geopolitical tensions evolve. The rise of AI brings new possibilities and challenges, transforming our connected lives. But what if we could help shape our future? Building lasting impact not as spectators, but as active creators. Imagine the masterpiece we could craft together. Every change, every initiative, every breakthrough begins with us. Imagine the impact of thousands of people.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are elated to have Honorable Minister, Sir, Shri 𝗳𝗂𝘁𝗂𝗿𝗲, Honorable Minister of Petroleum and Natural Gas, Government of India. Sir, on behalf of KPMG, it is my utmost privilege to welcome you to the Innovation Summit at ENRich 2024, the 15th edition of Energy and Natural Resources Conclave. Today, we gather here to explore the transformative power of AI and innovation in the energy sector. Launched over a decade and a half ago as a knowledge-sharing platform, ENRich has now elevated into a flagship forum connecting global leaders, policymakers, industry, titans, leading academics, and innovators in the sector. The 15th edition of ENRich not only celebrates past achievements, but it also explores new pathways for innovation, sustainability, and resilience. Our agenda today is packed with insightful sessions and thought-provoking discussions. So without further ado, I would now like to invite Mr. 𝗳𝗂𝘁𝗂𝗿𝗲 Nagpurwala, CEO KPMG in India, for his opening address.
Honorable Minister Shri 𝗳𝗂𝘁𝗂𝗿𝗲, distinguished guests, esteemed colleagues and partners, good afternoon. It's an honor to welcome all of you to the Innovation Day at ENRich 2024, which also marks the 15th edition of KPMG's flagship Energy and Innovation Conclave. Over the past 15 years, ENRich has transformed from an internal platform for internal discussions into a globally recognized forum where policymakers, industry leaders, innovators come together to address all and including urgent challenges of the energy sector. This milestone reflects our collective journey towards finding actionable solutions for the evolving energy landscape driven by collaboration, innovation, and more importantly, sustainability. It is my distinct privilege to welcome Minister Sir 𝗳𝗂𝘁𝗂𝗿𝗲 back to ENRich. I just realized it's the third year consecutively that he is here. Sir, your visionary leadership in the oil and gas sector and unwavering commitment to energy security and sustainability continues to significantly shape India's energy landscape. Under your guidance, India has achieved major milestones, including the launch of Global Biofuels Alliance at the G20 Summit. Your leadership has also brought about landmark achievements like the LNG deal with QatarEnergy. We are very eager for your thoughts today on India's energy journey and the pivotal role that technology and innovation will play in our future. This year's theme is Artificial Intelligence for Energy, which could not be more timely. As AI transforms industries worldwide, it stands poised to reshape the energy sector by optimizing efficiency, lowering costs, and enabling cleaner energy systems. AI's impact will be central to meeting the ambitious climate goals that require us to triple renewable energy capacity and double energy efficiency by 2030. In some time from now, we will also hear my colleague partner, 𝗳𝘂𝘁𝗂𝗿𝗲 Day, who is also our global sector head for energy, who will present on AI and energy innovation, providing his insights on how AI is becoming the driving force behind clean energy and operational transformation. We will also have the opportunity to witness and release our latest thought leadership report, Accelerated Clean Energy Delivery through AI, which dives into AI and how it can unlock new efficiencies and drive the energy transition forward. As we begin today's journey, I encourage each of you to participate into the discussions ahead today. Once again, I'd extend my personal welcome to ENRich, to each of you, to ENRich 2024, and especially to Minister Puri ji. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Yes-ji. Just building on your thought, every year after ENRich, we keep on deliberating that what should be the theme for the next year. This year, the theme, AI for Energy, introduced itself to us. With the rapid advancements in AI that we've seen in the last 2 years, much of our effort has been gone in understanding how modern AI can transform the energy sector while bringing widespread benefits to businesses, customers, as well as the society at large. With that context, I would like to invite 𝗳𝘂𝘁𝗂𝗿𝗲 Day, our global head for energy, natural resources, and chemicals, for his insights on how modern AI can change the world we live in.
Thank you, Amit. Welcome, Honorable Minister. Welcome to you all who are assembled here for ENRich. This is a special year for us, 15th edition. And we are going to talk about, as Amit mentioned, AI for energy. And I must confess that when we started the journey after last ENRich, AI was not on our horizon in terms of our strategy. Yet, in this short period, it has become a center stage at the center of our strategy, not just for our strategy, but what we do actively with you in a very collaborative way through what has come to be ENRich Labs, our quarterly forum where we get together along with the industry to co-create. So I'm going to take you through how our world is getting transformed. And sir, we have asked you to sit over here because you can get this full view of the screen. I will start there. And the topic which I'm going to talk about is artificial intelligence and energy innovation, which is the broad theme I'm going to start about. But before we get there, let me start with what's happening in the world of energy for us. Not just energy, but the world around us. Okay, we have seen unabated global warming, and for the first year of long breach of 1.5 degrees. 2023 was the hottest year on record, possibly 2024 will be as much a hot year or even hotter year. So every year we are seeing hotter years. Climate change is kind of coming to bear in supercharging hurricanes, tornadoes, typhoons, cyclones. We all saw what was happening in Florida in 2 successive weeks, East Coast and West Coast Florida getting hit and hit so badly. And that's just one geography. You know, it's happening everywhere. 2 extended wars in Ukraine and the Middle East, record global energy demand or energy consumption with coal and oil pushing fossil fuels in. We didn't expect this. In fact, the IEA didn't expect a 2% growth in energy, which in broader energy terms is pretty large, but it's happening. Also, renewable energy installations are at record levels, but it is really not bending it. As of now, more than 80% of our energy basket still is made out of fossil fuels. Emissions for the first time in history of the planet has crossed 40 gigatons in a year. And despite all those headwinds, we are seeing that the energy prices have remained largely stable. In fact, Minister, I know that you think that they could go down further. There is enough supply. Storage prices have also fallen. Battery storage prices have halved over the last 1 year. In some sense, and I'm not going to the right-hand side with all the graphs, maybe later we can explore them, but in all senses, the world seems to have normalized all this volatility, all these negative outcomes. So that's the world of energy which we have at this point of time as context. We run an annual CEO survey, and what we are seeing is that energy CEOs are pretty positive about their outcomes, about their future. Most of them see growth happening. Many of them were very concerned about artificial intelligence and its effects, but now they are seeing this as an opportunity. They see that artificial intelligence and generative AI bring significant benefits, including for upskilling the workforce, increasing diversity of skills, and driving innovation. So that negative mood which was there in the 2023 CEO survey has yielded to some caution, but also a lot of positivity in the CEOs. And this cut is a global survey, but the ENR cut, the energy cut, had some 64 CEOs participating in it. The question then is, with all those headwinds, all that bad news, and yet that positivity, are we sleepwalking towards calamity? We're not going to talk about those individual elements today, because today we are going to focus on AI. Tomorrow, when we go into further deliberations on what is happening, we are going to talk a lot more about those aspects. But there is clearly a lot of challenges, a lot of difficult news. But in the middle of that difficult news stands two clear trends. First is India as the growth hotspot in the world, a sustained growth hotspot in the world. And the second, which is what we are discussing, the emergence of AI as a force of change. These are two clear trends which are coming. And in some sense, these two trends are not separate. They are integrating pretty quickly. Let's talk about India. Okay. Very, very robust economic foundations. The economy last year grew at 8.2%. Our foreign exchange is at record levels, and it has been, this being such a large importer of fuel, it is a concern, but it's at record levels. Tax collections are at all-time highs. The stock market is doing well. Recent weeks have been a little choppy if some of you are investing, but otherwise it's been at all-time highs. Infrastructure capex has gone up quite significantly. We are seeing all the infrastructure build which is happening, and core inflation is dropping. So the foundations of India as an economy, as a high-growth economy, going towards Viksit Bharat over a period of next 20, 25 years is really strong. And that is also reflected in energy story of India. And I do want to call out these statistics. And these are statistics from the power sector, and we are seeing rapid electrification. In the last year, not just the last year, actually the last 2 years, Indian electricity demand has gone up by 8%. Now, you would say that what does 8% mean? 8% means a lot because 4.5% is what we have historically seen, even in high growth periods. So there's clearly something turning in the economy where we are seeing high energy growth. And the peak demand has grown even further, 12.5%. So that's a lot of infra build which is required to cater to that, a lot of capacity build which is required for that. So that story is sustaining. In fact, there are concerns that with this rate of growth can we cater to that kind of demand growth in the Indian power system or the energy system. We'll deal with that as we go along, but this is underpinning a very, very strong economy. Now let's come to the second theme, which is which is artificial intelligence. And I start with how artificial intelligence and India are quite closely linked. And these are the quotes. I'm not going to read out them for you, but Satya Nadella, Sundar Pichai, Jensen Huang, all of them are talking about India's growth on the back of AI. It's the big user base and the home being the home to the highest number of scientists, computer scientists. They come from this part of the world. So we have all the basis for a high growth economy driven by artificial intelligence and co-opting artificial intelligence in the process. So That is what is happening. Now let me spend a little time to talk about what is happening in the world of artificial intelligence. So this side, which you see, the left side, predictive AI, it's been there for a long time. That's also artificial intelligence. It's been there since 1956 when the term was coined, artificial intelligence was coined, and it's gone through its ups and downs. But the last 2 decades, when the data has come good, especially after the Y2K developments, we have seen artificial intelligence basis the logic, probabilities, patterns, and predictions grow from time to time. In fact, personally, I have been working in what we call traditional or classical artificial intelligence predictive analytics for the last 15 years. But in 2022, generative AI really burst on the screen. Now, let me do the distinction between predictive AI and generative AI. As I said, predictive AI uses probabilities, patterns, predictions based on that. Generative AI instead is about interaction. It's about the engagement. It's also called conversational AI. So it's basically how two humans converse. Generative AI has brought that same spirit of conversation into this. So it leads to a lot of creativity. Does it have the ability to think for itself? It actually doesn't have. But what it is doing is, by the nature it converses, it's actually drawing out your own knowledge, combining it with the global knowledge which exists, the knowledge of the world, and creating answers which just like a human would have done in the course of a conversation. But the beauty of this is not in predictive AI or generative AI. It's the two of them coming together and creating completely new kind of phenomena there. In fact, it's not just predictive AI but plus generative AI. It's all kinds of other digital technologies combining with them to create something which was not possible before. And that is causing a lot of challenges in terms of security, energy demand, which we'll talk about, but it's opening up a completely new set of possibilities. How is modern AI different, what we call modern AI since 2022? It's very accessible. I wanted to call it democratic, but it's not completely democratic because it has its biases, and John possibly will talk about it tomorrow. But it is very, very accessible. Everybody, whether you're literate, illiterate, if you have a phone, you are actually using generative AI on the go. In fact, your WhatsApp has now generative AI built in. You ask a question, it will answer. You don't even have to Google it. You just WhatsApp it to ask those questions. It is very empowering because when the person on the street, the worker on the ground who's at the far distant corner can get help on the phone in the manner the person can consume, the conversation, the visuals, it becomes very, very empowering. So there is a lot of concern about job losses, and I think that's a legitimate concern. But just happened with the computer when it came in, we are seeing the positive possibilities also coming and coming very strongly. It is very, very smart. Actually, as I said, the technology uses our smartness, but the product which comes out is super smart. And it is evolving super quick. In fact, there were periods when every week you would have new AI large language models come in. And there were periods when 3 months, something which was touted as the real next thing suddenly disappeared from the horizon because it had been superseded. So that's how quickly it is coming. Now, how do we bring that to bear? That was what predictive AI, generative AI is, how it is different from what we had in the past. But how do we solve our problems with that? And this is where I mentioned about the ENRich Labs, the quarterly forum we get together. We started exploring that together with you. And this has to always start, as we say. We realize that it has to start with your problems, okay? The real business problem statements. So when we were doing this, one of the things which one of the CEOs said is that then this was in context of renewable energy bidding. They said that we spend 90% of the time on basic documentation, correlating things, collecting data. We spend so little time on serious decision making, and yet I'm committing billions of dollars for a very long period of time. Can generative AI help? This is where what we did in the ENRich Labs is that we said that every time you give us those problem statements, we'll take at least one problem statement, create a minimum viable product through which you can see, you can feel how the change will come, and then show it to you in the next lab, and then pick up the next statement. So as a consequence, we now have a series of minimum viable products which have come. Much like generative AI, we are hacking your intelligence, your knowledge, okay, and creating new products for all of us together. I'm going to show one video to make this come to life, because till now all I've done is spoken English and shown you some visuals. Let me bring the video on, and I'm sure there'll be something there.
Bidding and Regulatory Assistant. This assistant is designed to help business development teams with the end-to-end bidding process. In this MVP, you can ask the assistant to tell you which tenders are open. This solution is integrated with government websites to dynamically source tenders and regulations and automatically consolidate them with their amendments. The assistant is also able to provide tables detailing eligibility criteria that it has culled out from different parts of the tender in a condensed manner. Upon providing inputs, the assistant will also be able to evaluate the bidder's eligibility. To help navigate the selected tender, the assistant provides us with a section-wise index and a summary, using which we can dive deeper into querying. Most importantly, we can ask our assistant for a list of regulations mentioned in the tender. Here, the assistant is pointing out where in the tender a certain regulation is mentioned. This gives us a direction for exploring regulations in context of certain sections of the tender. But let's take a look at what's going on behind the scenes. This is an airflow pipeline that runs on a customizable schedule to source documents. These are classified into tenders, regulations, and their amendments, and each branch processes the documents differently before storing them in vector databases. This is a knowledge graph, a representation of the relationships between different entities present in the data, such as tenders, regulations, governing bodies, and bidders. Gen AI is able to inherently identify these relationships and refine its answers based on them. As more data is added to the solution, this graph will expand to cover the sector bit by bit. Now that we know what our knowledge graph contains, we can ask the assistant to explain how a certain regulation affects the tender. As you can see, it draws on information from both the tender and the regulation in question. This shows its ability to discern specific parts of large regulations in context of the particular sections of the tender being explored. What's special here is the functionality of providing sources and references. For each answer, the assistant points to specific pages of the documents which it picks context from. As an extension to navigating tenders and regulations, and both in tandem, custom models sit under the solution for exploring sizing and commercials for complex projects. Gen AI can also create what-if scenarios on the go to make exploring bid commercials more comprehensive and natural. Thank you.
So what happens when you do some things, people immediately have questions. And we had a room full of CEOs, and next once we presented this MVP. And one of them said that, how am I going to differentiate myself from everybody else if everybody has the same solution? That's a good problem to have. But the answer is that you will create your own instances, and Gen AI will supersede itself every day, every week, every month as you go forward. So you're going to see differentiated solutions. Another said that I can do away with 90% of my business development team if we have that. I don't know whether we are going to do away with 90% of the team, but whoever remains is going to be much, much more empowered. In fact, in this room, there are lots of people who are from the public sector. They answer parliamentary questions, and that's one of the real pains. Whoever is there, you will know this. It's a real pain. What we have done is created an assistant which gives you condensed answers with the references the way you saw, basis which a person who's finally answering is empowered to give the right answer rather than worried about whether did I pick the right document or not. So it works with the large language model, the power of large language models, but in your data context. And over a period of time, it's become much, much more reliable. Now, while I was speaking, this has come up. AI has its downsides as well. There are security concerns, of course, which are grave, but there's particularly an energy concern as well. In 2022, AI-driven data centers, and I'm not talking about computers, the data centers were roughly consuming the same amount of electricity as Estonia, a country. In 2027, that will become as much as Sweden, 11x. And by 2030, the estimates say is that it's going to be of the size of Australia. So those are real concerns, especially when we are battling the energy transition. Be that as it may, what we also come to realize that at least for us in the energy sector, it has the potential to make energy, clean energy deployment on a much faster scale, and it has the ability to clean up conventional energy. So at least, I mean, if you're doing in gaming and that consumes a lot of energy, I'm not responsible for it. I can't assume responsibility. But in this room, we can assume responsibility for making our energy supply cleaner, and generative AI will help, or AI, the family will help in a big way. But there are some steps, because this is not ChatGPT. This is not, ChatGPT came, and honestly, it's helping us answer homework questions and replace Google search. But this is not about Google search. This is converting those capabilities into an industrial product and industrial application. And that requires data and your enterprise data context. So I was explaining with the parliamentary question answers. It has to be in your data context. And that's one of the simple knowledge management applications. There are lots of techniques and framework which will make it efficient, reliable, low energy consumption. There's something called hallucination, because ChatGPT, like a good consultant, will always give you an answer. Okay, that might not be the right answer, but it will always give you an answer. But you can't afford that in industrial application or high-end applications. So you need to control what we call hallucination with various parameters. You have to follow the principles of responsible AI, IP protection, trust, security, all of them have to come in. When you look at large language models, there are various large language models to choose from, and how you optimize their operations become very, very important. You have to look at industrial scale applications and workflow integration into that, integration with IoT devices, digital twins, and so on and so forth. And finally, this is not about technology, this is about change. So you have to have change management come along with it. Only when all of these 7 things come together, we have a product using artificial intelligence or generative AI delivering you the great answers that you want. So there's a whole process to it, and that's the process which we are going through along with you at the ENRich Labs. Of course, those are the first steps. We have struck some great friendships, partnerships in the process with you as clients, as also technology partners. But we recognize that it's a great possibility which needs to be taken forward in a very, very diligent manner. Now, one of the people who were in those labs was 𝗳𝗂𝘁, Chairman and Managing Director at NTPC. And he said that don't give me a view, a sliced view, that I give you a problem statement and you give me a staccato answer. That's of interest, but no use to me. When I'm transforming a business, I need to see a full view of this. So we took that back and said that how can we sort that? Then what we did, using AI, actually first we split the whole business into various components. So if it's capacity augmentation, optimal generation, revenue maximization, and then the various corporate functions, we split that into various activity stages, and within that specific activities, and you can see that is what has been created. And now we have created libraries for not only renewables, but upstream oil and gas, downstream oil and gas, petroleum. In fact, petrochemicals, it's different for upstream oil and for gas. Similarly for mining, chemicals, all of that is happening. So what we are working together along with you is creating a full understanding of where we should be applying AI, generative AI, and getting business outcomes, and how do we go about it. You should be very, very rigorous about making sure that you are getting your value for money. You're not creating isolated solutions, and those are interlinked solutions, because you can get scalability by extending those solutions, replicating those solutions. And don't look alone at the core business functions, because there's a lot of benefit to be had from the corporate functions included. I gave the business the example of bidding, but there are assistants, and you would have heard the word assistant multiple times. The assistants which have been created for procurement, working along with you. There have been assistants for learning and development which have been created, and that's transforming education. We are going to speak a lot more on and skilling. We're going to talk about that much more later through the day today and tomorrow as well. It is creating capabilities in operations and maintenance for the last person on the ground. Earlier, all the data would come into a central net. If you had the connectivity, it will come to a network operations center. You don't need that. The phone is possibly the most efficient way to conduct many of those actions. So these libraries are some things which we are freely sharing with all of you because it's been co-created along with you so that you can take your journeys forward. So this is where we are. Where we are is that conversational AI, which is now kind of evolving into industrial AI, which I talked about. But that's not the end of it. We are looking at AI for sustainability and nature coming into play, because this is the pressing problem. We might have normalized all the challenges of the world, but they have not gone away. We need to bring AI to solve those challenges, and there are 7, 8 categories of challenges we have talked about, and tomorrow we are going to go into them in some level of detail. And finally, it's not just solving for some of the current problems. We need to create new materials, new molecules, which don't exist. And there's a very complex process for that, which has now been made much more simple by the new genre of AI tools, which is what is called AI for science. So tomorrow, the CTO of Microsoft in India and South Asia is going to address us about the possibilities of bringing AI, quantum, and high-performance computing together to really make that change which we are talking about happen. So this is where I'm going to stop, and I'm going to, after this, request Honorable Minister to come. But I do want to talk about one thing, which is what you see over here. This has been a partnership. ENRich has evolved over the last 15 years as a forum for collaboration, partnership, friendships. We are really grateful to you for this. And we have made our own commitments in convening all of us, sharing the knowledge that we have, sharing the knowledge that we collectively create. We really look forward to it, continuing. It takes some effort because every quarter getting the senior stakeholders takes effort from our side, it takes effort from your side. And I asked the ENRich Council, which we have set up, whether we should continue into the next year. And the answer which came is that, how can you ask that question? So I think that's where we are. We are at a point where our partnership with you is flourishing. We want to take it forward. But now what we want to do is 2 things. We want to hear Honorable Minister, but before that, we are going to request him to release the thought leadership which we have brought out on this occasion, which is called Accelerated Clean Energy Development Delivery through AI, or ACE through AI, where we distill some of the knowledge and the experiences which we have gathered over the last 1 year, and bring it together in front of you. So can we have the TL, and sir, can I request you to come? ESD, please join us. Mike, would you join us? You're one of the co-contributors over here. So. John, would your foot permit the climb? If at some stage it has to anyway. So please come. Please, next to the ministers. We'll just take the wrapper off and I'll take this. Okay, thank you. I think, sir, may I invite you now to address us, sir?
Yeah, sure.
Give a couple of cheers. Sir, you want to speak from the chair, sir?
Good afternoon, namaskar, and warm greetings to all of you. 𝗲𝗂𝘁𝗃𝗁𝗁, Anish, thank you for inviting me here for what I believe is my third year running coming to this event. And after this superb presentation which Anish made, the only question I have is how could you have asked the question to your participants as to whether you should continue this venture? I'm not surprised about the response that you received. I'm very pleased to join ENRich 2024, the 15th edition of KPMG's flagship Innovation and Energy Conclave. Over the years, ENRich has evolved into a dynamic platform that brings together seasoned energy leaders and ambitious young professionals. Like in the past 2 years, I'm delighted to address such an esteemed audience, especially on the 15th milestone year. And let me add, without hesitation, that for me personally, this is very much a part of the learning process. Digital innovation is a cross-cutting theme across industries which play a pivotal role in achieving the Honorable Prime Minister's vision of 𝗵𝗃𝘁 Bharat by 2047. The oil and gas sector is increasingly adopting AI and generative AI, Gen AI, to optimize operations and drive efficiency through real-time data and insights. AI adoption in oil and gas sector has now become a necessity as we look to navigate the complexities of the energy sector. International oil and gas companies are investing heavily in AI to optimize operational efficiency, improve safety, and pave the way for a transition to a low-carbon future. Indian PSUs are also leveraging the benefits of AI and machine learning to increase safety, security, and operational efficiencies at various sites and locations. Through demand forecasting, customer analytics, pricing analytics, AI has helped in enhancing the Indian customer experience as well. Indian upstream oil and gas sector companies can use AI-enabled mechanisms like deep learning in analyzing complex seismic data to identify potential hydrocarbon reservoirs by identifying patterns and anomalies that might be missed by traditional methods. Prediction of drilling complications and optimization of drilling parameters based on real-time data with AI can potentially improve drilling efficiency and reduction of costs. AI technologies like machine learning, data analytics, and optimization algorithms, production planning can be optimized to meet demand, reduce costs, and improve resource utilization. From upstream exploration and production to midstream storage and downstream refining and distribution, AI tools are being integrated across the value chain, signaling a notable shift in an industry long dominated by a traditional engineering mindset. As an example, for upstream oil and gas exploration, we have modernized our national data repository, upgrading it to a cloud-based platform to enable instant access to seismic and production data, supported by a government investment of approximately 7,500 crores. JP Morgan Research estimates generative AI could increase global GDP by $7 to $10 trillion within the next 3 years. The technology could result in a massive workforce productivity boom over the next 1 to 3 years, which could affect the shape of the economic cycle. India, with its rapidly growing economy, outstanding technical talent, youthful population and vibrant startup ecosystem, is poised to reap significant benefits from artificial intelligence. The potential economic impact of AI in India is immense. Reports estimate that AI adoption could generate at least rupees 33.8 lakh crores of economic value in India by 2030. The Universal Connectivity and Digital India initiatives have revolutionized India's digital landscape during the last 10 years. These programs have dramatically improved internet accessibility and affordability across India. The total internet subscribers in the country have increased from 251.59 million in March 2014 to 954.40 million in March 2024. That is a compound annual growth rate of 14.26%. While technology and data would continue to be at the core of digitalization, value realization from digitalization is primarily driven by change, management and enabling governance. I am happy to see that KPMG is making efforts to encourage entrepreneurship and celebrate the journeys of startups through this forum, and also setting up ENRich labs for innovation and co-creation with industry. India, with its vibrant entrepreneurial spirit and booming startup ecosystem, has witnessed emergence of many unicorn startups that are reshaping our economy and markets. India today ranks as the third largest unicorn hub after the United States and China, with a combined valuation of approximately $350 billion. In the oil and gas sector, oil and gas have created startup funds aggregating approximately rupees 505 crores. Around 287 startups are being funded by oil and gas PSUs, with disbursed fund value at rupees 271 crores. Based on the overwhelming success of Avinya 24, we have launched Avinya 25 this year with the objective to encourage entrepreneurs, research enthusiasts, academicians, and students to innovate solutions and foster groundbreaking ideas and technologies that can shape the energy sector of the future. The start date for application for Avinya 25 was 30th September 2024, and the last date for submission of applications is 2nd December. I urge all of you present here to wholeheartedly participate in this event and make it a grand success. In the India Energy Week 2025, which I hope all of you will attend, we shall be felicitating the winners and allow them to showcase their ideas, giving them an opportunity to network with industry leaders with a potential opportunity to work on proof of concept and pilot projects. I therefore urge all the stakeholders to explore the untapped potential in Indian energy industry and engage in sustainable business that works keeping societal and environmental goals in mind, as it is the only mode through which businesses shall thrive and survive in the future. Let us continue working together towards a brighter and more sustainable energy future for India and the world. With this, I conclude and wish ENRich 2024 all the success. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. If you could just take a seat for a minute, sir, and then we will request ESD to come up and hand over a small memento to you. ESD, if you could just come. And while it happens, I must say that over the last 3 years, not just at ENRich, but at the India Energy Week and elsewhere, we just seen enormous encouragement from the Minister to every kind of initiative which is technologically advanced. So put your hands together. It's a small memento from us for the Minister. Thank you again, sir, for your address and for your encouragement. We will now walk over to the startup zone with you, but yes, Mr. Screwvala is here, so he's here. So we will continue. Sir, I'll come along. Right,
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be proceeding with the packed agenda that we have for the day. As Honorable Minister also mentioned, as India thrives towards Viksit Bharat and technology as an enabler keeps advancing, as we also heard from Anish, that proper investment in innovation is the need of the hour. Strategies for investment and skilling are crucial for the sector, and we will be able to leverage technology for this, causing this impact. Well, joining us today over a fireside chat is our very own CEO, Mr. 𝗳𝘂𝘁𝗂𝗿𝗲, and we are also privileged to have with us Mr. Ronnie Screwvala, a man who needs no introduction. Known for his transformative influence on India's entertainment, education, and digital sectors, all his initiatives and business ventures reflect his commitment to fostering innovation and social impact. I would like to invite 𝗳𝘂𝘁 as well as Mr. Ronnie Screwvala onto the stage.
Good evening, friends. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Today we have a very, very rare and momentous occasion, personally for me, where I am on stage with Ronnie, someone whom I've seen and tracked for decades now, an absolute visionary and an absolute entrepreneur. In our scheme of things.
Thank you, and good afternoon, everyone. Pleasure to be here. Thank you.
So, Ronnie, thank you for taking time and being with us. Let me start by
There are no such things as an absolute entrepreneur. I think you're an entrepreneur. You're not an entrepreneur. The intensity of the entrepreneurship has to be there from day one, I think.
What I meant was absolutely successful entrepreneur.
Right. Okay. Fine.
Okay. So let me start, Ronnie, by asking you, what is your inspiration? You've been through phases of life. You've been through different facets, whether it's media and now what you're doing, and rewinding as well as fast forwarding. What is your inspiration? What do you wake up to in the morning?
I mean, if I have to reflect on my personal basis, I think the early stages in your life, inspirations are opportunities. And I think today, as the Minister was saying, when we keep talking about our startup ecosystem in the country, I think it's there because people see opportunity. So I think there's that first 15 years, 20 years phase when for me, my inspiration was what are the opportunities? What's the things that one can do? I think the next phase of was disruption. And I think when you look at that, with disruption comes innovation to a certain level, and disruption just is a very exciting phase after you look at opportunities. And I think I'm in the third phase of and I don't think I'll have a fourth phase, but maybe I will, and that's impact. So I think in my earlier years, what's really attracted me was opportunity because you're naive, you're entrepreneur. The ecosystem was very different 30 years back when you wanted to be an entrepreneur. There wasn't respect for being an entrepreneur at that time. So you look at things opportunistic. Then you move to disruption, which I think one did pretty well in the sectors of media, now education, and even in our philanthropy. And I think now is the phase for impact. So personally, those have been my three journeys.
Thank you, Ronnie. I'm going to ask you a trick. Normally, I save the trick question for later, but I'm going to ask you right away. You mentioned innovation. Is that an opportunity or is it a means?
Is there an opportunity
or is it a mean to achieve that opportunity?
I think firstly, I think innovation is a pretty big word, right? Because the first thing that comes to your mind when you think of innovation is a eureka moment or a product or an invention. Personally, I think innovation is a DNA. And I think if you don't look at it as a DNA, the chances are you're not going to be really innovative and come up with anything else. So for me, I think it's always been not just a means to an end, but it is something which is a DNA, because innovation is in your solutions, innovation is in your opportunities. Innovation can also result in one or two byproducts that come there. But I think very clearly in an individual, in a team of people, in an organization, innovation can't be a sort of a KPI or a KRA. It's either ingrained in the DNA of the organization or the individual, or you're not going to get to that level of innovation, because then it's only about some new way of doing something. But I think at the core, and I think I've been in sectors where it's always been ground up, and that's forced you to innovate. I think the other part I would say about innovation here, and I just said that a couple of weeks back, that one of the biggest enemies for innovation is excessive funding. And I'm saying that, from an entrepreneurial point of view and because actually it just kills any sense of innovation. And I can't say that more often. I understand that we need to celebrate unicorns. And definitely there's a certain criteria in the context to that. But at the end of the day, a unicorn is 5 investors and an entrepreneur getting together and figuring out the valuation of a company. And some of them have a horn, some of them have 2 horns, some of them have 3 horns. But at the core, I think the biggest thing on innovation that pushes you is not frugality in a jugaad way, but it is, at the core for me, it has been the more frugal the approach, the better the innovation. And so I would say frugality with innovation, DNA with innovation, and the biggest culprit being overfunding to kill innovation.
Ronnie, would you agree we are at the right place, at the right time, when it comes to innovation? And I mean as a nation and as a community.
See, in Delhi, if I don't say yes, it'll be a problem, right? But no, on a more serious note, I'm a strong believer that you need to put yourself from time to time in being in the right place, the right time. If anyone thinks genuinely you're in the right place, the right time, probably you're not, because complacency has already set in, or you're expecting some external tailwinds that are going to drive you, because the very benchmark of you saying I'm in the right place, the right time, means you've taken quite a few things for granted. So I would just caution in a manner by saying, I think there's an incredible amount of tailwind happening. I think there's a lot of opportunity. There's a lot of positioning well. There's a lot of optimism. But this is a complex country, whether we like it or not, just in terms of consumers, price thresholds, the way we look at the service sector, the very fact that agriculture and many other sectors still have a very dominant play in our economy. The fact that we have to look at the haves versus the have-nots, it's quite complex to steer it, not just the north, south, east, west. So are we in an opportune moment where there's enough tailwind? That's how I think we should look at it, because if you're in the right place, the right time, it's not a helicopter landing that gets you there.
You will also agree that there's no conversation that's complete without AI these days. What's your view of AI for our scenario, our community, our Indian economy, and within that, the energy sector?
Yeah, so I think 2 things. I mean, I'm excited about AI for a multiple of reasons, but I think the only thing I would say is for all of us, we need to level our expectations, because right now, I think it's too many boardroom conversations in too many boards for it to really ring too well over the long period of time. And I would just put an air of caution, because if you put so much of importance, it's almost like it's a KPI and a deliverable for everybody. And I think it's one of many things that's going to drive things. So I would just say we need to level it. Second, when we look at the investments that are going into that, obviously, I think change is going to happen in such a dynamic way that unless you've got really deep pockets that want to put your placeholders, which I think is fine in a developed market in the US, but not so fine in a market like India, it's going to have its own challenges and problems of how we look at AI. The third I would say is I'm excited about, for India specifically, some sectors. I think healthcare is going to benefit incredibly with AI. Because in a sense, we're not the pharma capital of the world, but we are. There's a lot of activity in pharma, but we don't have deep pockets enough here for funding R&D like the Western companies do. So I think for us to leapfrog R&D in pharma that can actually benefit almost 600, 700 million people here with the market can be very disruptive. So I'm pretty excited that if we can apply AI in the right ways, both in R&D and pharma, and the way outreach and delivery of pharma, that's a good way. Second, I think the government can be 3 times more effective if they can harness AI in just every aspect of that. Because from the concept of data collection to data analytics to disbursement of funds to where what goes, the ability for AI to actually be a tool for the government to really spread their wings in a manner in which they become delivery mode and not just a catalyst mode, I think is a strong one. The services sector, which India is known for to quite an extent, is something that I think will benefit from AI. And maybe the fourth one, I would say the IT sector, which has really created the middle class in India in many ways. But if you look at that, you know, the coding has now become less and less relevant, and you can have 95% of the work that was done before almost being done by AI, which means that the IT firms of yesterday can actually move up the IP ladder, the origination ladder, the value creation ladder, by getting 90% of the work done, which they were getting done with more people, substitute that with AI, and go up the value chain. So I think, yeah, there are incredible opportunities, but with the balance of this mantra of AI being the next absolutely exclusive big thing that's going to change everything else, it's going to be a balanced view.
I'm going to now gradually get into your startup pocket in your brain. With AI startups, and they are flourishing by the day, what challenges do you see as an investor and then subsequently as a startup itself?
As an investor, I'd happy to be second, not first in this sector. I'm happy to wait it out. If that means at some stage, in an advanced stage, it doesn't mean I need to enter the company at a late stage and pay a premium. I just think there's a lot to be discovered. I think people haven't got their geographies right yet. If we start from here, sitting here and saying we're going to invest in Silicon Valley, I think we're not equipped to do that. If we think India is going to have its local base, I think there's going to be a lot more that's going to change around the place. So in a sense, as an investor, I would not sit it out, but I would take the next 1 year to just hear anyone and everyone and make notes of every time I say no to an investment, so that hopefully when I say yes to one 2 years from now, I might be in the right place in the right time, as you put it.
Thank you for that, Ronnie. I'll bear it in mind. Switching gears into education, and we are proud in many ways of the talent that we have, of this almost being a resource for the world, the English-speaking talent. But how does that talent really evolve? It's on the back of an ecosystem, a framework, and education. Would love to hear your views on that.
See, I think education is an important word, but it is now a 20th century word, right? Because it defines itself as a sandbox. It kind of almost makes you feel that this is the predefined curriculum approach. I think today, the most recent generations, they want to look at education where if it's not allowing them to innovate, think out of the box, be their own person, be part of a gig economy, be job ready, then it's not. So I think it's going to change more and faster. But like AI, I think the consumer is going to define it. We think technology drives the consumer, but actually the consumer drives the technology. The trigger is there. And I think that's what you're seeing in what I would call skilling or workforce development or education as we put it. Because education is still a very curriculum part of it, but the real element is going to be the opportunity to rechange and redefine the younger generation. We run a university. In one of our universities, we had 2 of the Big Fours talk to us. Mr. 𝗳𝗂𝘃𝗶𝗴 came in and we addressed a class of about 150 people, young kids out there. And we started off with 2 of them talking about what they think are going to be the careers of tomorrow. You know, so there was somebody from PwC and somebody from McKinsey and then Mr. Parekh. And then at 15 minutes later, 3 of the girls raised there and said, "Sir, can we tell you what we think are the careers of tomorrow? Because I don't think you're in pulse and pace with what we think are the careers of tomorrow. That's not what we're looking at." And there was a very incredibly rejuvenating conversation that took place. But to me, that's symptomatic of the mismatch of what we think is the gap analysis versus really the gap analysis that could be there on the other side. So that would be one part. And the only thing I would say is skilling, which has its own perception of it first being a little bit more down market. I think the word skilling has to go up because it's now intellectual skilling more than even physical skilling, which is how it was being doing. So linking that to some sense of job readiness that is sticky is going to be the challenge. But the next 200 million jobs are not going to come from the sectors of today, which is why I think the startup economy and the new sectors. We work in rural India, and there's a different criterion to skilling there. But one would have thought masonry, carpentry are the ones where actually we can take somebody with a household income of 50,000 rupees a year to 2 lakhs. But we are finding 80% of our people want to join hospitality. Because for them, when the highways are being built and the roads are being built, they see hospitality now as the next big sector. Tourism, hospitality, airline, hotels, if you look at that, and a dhaba at every street corner and every 1 kilometer on a highway that's going to be built at the rate at which it's going to be built, means there could be many opportunities there. So how do they take hospitality? And then the DNA of service becomes a very different thing. But if you look at ambitious, it's kindling aspiration levels in rural India when I do skilling in hospitality. So these are just some anecdotes of where I come from.
If you had a chance again from a country perspective, would you expand the base and increase the number of people coming out, students coming out, or would you deepen the advanced skills and turn that into a different?
See, I don't think we have the choice and the luxury of the first one, if you ask me. And I mean, in the sense of narrowing down, sorry, the second one. I think it needs to be a little bit more broad-based. Because if we want to be what we want to be in 2047, I think we'll have to look at that other 600 million people and solve for them. Because if that's not coming pari passu and in the same manner with the same momentum. And 10 years back, they didn't have aspirations. But I can tell you today, they have aspirations. So if those aspirations are not met, and then the job aspirations are not met, we can really be in a situation where we can still be in the right place, the right time. But if most people don't think so, and some people think so, that's a problem.
Well, I am conscious of time, but on behalf of KPMG, I must ask you this question. What would your advice be to KPMG, especially KPMG India? We are currently the youngest. We are only 31 years old. We have 44,000 folks working around. We plan to take that to 70, 75. All the aspects that you spoke about, we relate to completely. Just at a high level, what would your advice be to us?
No, I don't think I has an advice, to be honest, because I think the depth and the breadth at which you all perform and function and is needed. That depth is needed and the breadth is needed. But I think organizations today need to be in small nucleuses. So if there's anything I can think of off the cuff instinctively, it's not just being in silos, because that's dangerous, because silos is unproductive. But how do you build smaller and smaller organizations with higher level of ownership to see something through till the end, right? Because the perception for outside for people in one word is consultancy, which means huge, excellent knowledge with depth, but then I'm on my own to figure it out. So if there's a way in which that ownership can be handheld a little bit more, and I think if people can be more in, not silos as I said, but cubs of ownership, I think that's the future organizations of tomorrow. Because otherwise, I think we're seeing that with very many large organizations. They perform incredibly well in smaller groups.
Well, Ronnie, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Personally and on behalf of KPMG. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Yesi, may I request you to hand over a small token of gratitude to Mr. Ronnie Screwvala, please. Well, one of the highlights at ENRich 2023 was our open floor leaders forum, which evolved into an incredible brainstorming session on innovation. This year we are back, and we are back with certain themes. These themes would include, we will touch upon material and manufacturing, R&D, skill development, collaboration, and org transformation. With this presence of so many leaders from industry, academia, and policy in our session today, we are sure we'll have an incredibly insightful discussion. Well, without further ado, I would call the host for the evening, Anish, as well as 𝗵𝗃𝗁𝗂𝗏, our National Head for Power and Utilities, KPMG in India.
The mic, yeah, thank you. Vikas, you're mic'd up? Okay, yeah. I must confess that today I don't know what's going to come out of this session. Just like last year, when we started the Leaders Forum, we didn't know what was going to come out. But I can tell you that there's some magical stuff which happened from last year. So we just took courage and said, let's experiment with this once again and see how we can get the thought process on some of the critical issues which we face in the sector, but not just in the sector, but more broadly in the people who work in the sector. That's one. And the second thing is that given the possibilities which are there in the sector, how do we actualize those possibilities? And as you saw from my presentation, India is really at a good spot. India is considered as an alternative to China by many in concept, but the reality is that there are lots of steps to cover. So how we as a community together can come to do that, I think that's the broad theme, and we have some few questions which we want to explore along with you. Vikas?
Yeah, so what we'll be doing is, I'll just quickly recap. This is a format that we started in ENRich 2023, and we are frankly amazed by the outcomes that we have had. There have been a lot of progress that has happened in the last 1 year, and we will cover that. But just a quick recap, many of you were there during 2023 Leaders Forum as well. So the theme was growing for less. And we started with the context of that there is massive concentration of clean energy manufacturing in China, whether it is solar, whether it is wind, whether it is battery, and even electrolyzers. A lot of supply chain manufacturing is happening in China. Our growing economy needs resources, materials, manufactured products, as well as skilled workforce. And for India to emerge as a credible alternative, all the three ecosystems, innovation, skills, manufacturing, and policy needs to come together. And that was the theme of policy, industry, academia, and research, how they can collaborate to accelerate the energy transition. Some of the points that came out from the deliberation were very interesting. The first one linked to innovation ecosystem, that innovation is happening but in silos. So the three ecosystems, policy, industry, research, are doing well in their own sphere, but the osmosis is not happening. How mechanisms that need to come together to co-create, to collaborate, need to be devised. Second was, within these three ecosystems, this was specifically pointed out, weak industry and research link. And there was actions marked for corporate India, where corporate India, many CEOs in the room volunteered that we need to have innovation goals, and there needs to be lowering of barriers for incorporation of startups into the corporate ecosystem. The second one was on manufacturing. As Anish just said, that it is concentrated around few countries, largely China, and there were gaps in new technologies. So we need to look at full value chain approach that covers products, manufacturing, as well as materials, and how more and more avenues can be found out where startups get integrated with the corporate ecosystem. And last was the skills, where we spoke about the gaps, the limited reskilling and upskilling agenda, and the curriculum needs to come and be responsive to more industry and be more industry responsive. And the mood in the room was that we should not do and debate about this once a year, but there should be discussion as well as action through the year. And we have progressed. Anish.
So let's see a few glimpses of that progress, and then we come straight to the issues. So this was the ENRich Labs. I've talked about it. These are some of the glimpses from there. As I said, it's just become a fantastic platform for coming together and co-creating some of those things which you saw, the solutions which have happened. We don't want to talk about the solutions, but we just wanted to expect gratitude for this process to have come together so well. So as it comes up, now what we are going to do is launch into this year's Leaders Forum along with you. The rules are very simple. We don't have head table in this because this is not a panel discussion. This is something which we all talk as peers. We are going to give you some leads in terms of the conversations which we want, but the conversations can go anywhere. Vikas, you want to call out the topics?
So I think very much flowing from the summary there and what we heard during the ENRich Labs, these are the 5 issues that we would want the House to debate about. First, bringing in hyper efficiency in energy and resources value chain, how we can do that, bringing circularity in mind, reducing waste, maximizing output. Second is, as is self-explanatory, greater industry academia engagement and how we can lower the guard, how they can more often integrate with the corporate ecosystem. Then industry collaboration itself. Are there enough examples of industries and corporates coming together? And then research, education, skills, aligning with the emerging needs. What are new frameworks that are emerging? And then how we can do it. We ought to do it very quickly and do it now. So there is a sense of urgency to this. So with this, I think we open this for discussion.
Yeah, it's an open forum, so you can pick up your mic. Anybody who wants to speak first, just raise your hand, introduce yourself, and talk about it. The first theme which we want to go into is that if really we have to be an alternative to China, then the efficiency frontiers which we are at currently, have to be, we have to go way beyond that. Are we ready? That's the first question. And if we have to get ready, then what do we need to do? Any takers for that question, please? Yeah, the mic will come.
I may not have a complete understanding of this area. I don't come from the energy sector. But I think the biggest issue that we face is thinking scale in India.
I'm sorry, if you can identify for the benefit of everyone.
My name is Sanjeev Rangras. I spent 40 years in ITC. Now I'm an independent director with a startup called 𝗳𝗃, and I do several other gigs.
Please.
Okay, yes. So thinking scale is something which I'm seeing. So when I work with this organization called 𝗳𝗃, they don't bring in any order less than 1,000 crores. To me, it surprises them. Those are people I have mentored all my life. So I think this is the biggest issue. I've been trying to put up a 1 gigawatt factory in Bangalore for the last 2 years. And apparently in China, there's a road and you'll have 10 gigawatt factories, 50 of them along the road. So I don't think there is any thinking of scale thinking at all. To me, that is where you talk about hyper efficiency. I take 2 years to even get permission. So where will hyper efficiency come? You suck the honey or everything out of me by the time I start manufacturing. So the whole system is conniving to make sure that I don't even take off. So that's important. And why should we put up 1 gigawatt factories? I think National Highway Authority is one example where we're thinking scale. And there are industry houses. We may talk in whispers about them. The Adanis and the money, they think scale. But there are not very many other organizations who are able to think that way. So there's one simple input from my side.
Okay, so thank you. And one point which I do often make is that, we have been a projects country. We are looking to be a products country, and that's a big transition from projects to products, because projects, nobody else will do it. You have to do it where you are. But products, that's a different ballgame. Anybody can make it anywhere in the world, and we are competing with the best in the world. So, that is one observation we can explore. What does that transition from projects to products entail in practical terms? If we can get to that in due course, it's there. Yeah, and there's a products person there. So, Suket, just get the mic across, and we'll come there. Professor Kamakoti.
Hi, Suket from Secure. So I agree about scale, but I disagree slightly with the hypothesis and also with the hypothesis that we need to go for hyper efficiency. I think as a nation, we need effectiveness and resilience first. And those are the bedrocks for scale. Those are the bedrocks from moving from projects to products. I think this is most industry also suffers. We're not a very process-led society. We're not a method-led society. And I think that's where the effectiveness and resilience needs to come in. And if we rethink, and the number of Indian companies that have acquired overseas and have actually become hyper successful because they've taken the best of the Western world and they've taken the best of the Eastern world and combined a third work culture which has the best of Jugaad and the best of German engineering. That's really where we've got to look, and we've got to learn from those and move that horizontally into how do we become more effective and more resilient. And that's when we start driving efficiency after that, I think.
Just make it a little real for us. What does it mean? Effective and resilient. If you use those words, what does it mean in practical terms?
So, the best way I've been able to describe this, I give people examples of companies that did well during COVID and companies that didn't do that well during COVID. Companies that did well in COVID were effective and resilient in as much as they hadn't taken decisions to cut down to the bone, whether it's around people, whether it is around systems or costs or anything of that nature. And they excelled because they had that resilience, they had that fatty reserve, as it were, to take you through a difficult lean time. But those companies that had driven efficiency right down to the core and had taken stuff out of the bone, they found it difficult to come up. Their suppliers didn't want to respond to them. Their truckers didn't want to respond to them. Their people didn't want to necessarily respond to them. So it's a difficult one, but I think if you draw that balance between effectiveness and efficiency, then that gives you the resilience to move forward and have a little bit of fatty reserve. I'm not a cardiologist, but I think, that is important.
A little fat is good.
Yeah, a little fat is good.
Little fat is good. We'll come back to that question. I have some follow-through questions that Professor 𝗂𝗂𝘁𝗂𝗿𝗲, you had wanted to intervene. So please give the mic here.
Yeah. So this is just to continue on process versus products. Right, one of the very interesting, I am 𝗂𝗂𝘁𝗂𝗿𝗲, I am director of IIT Madras, it's an educational institution in the country. One of the important CSR activity that we did, specifically in the area of energy on MSMEs, is that we go to these MSMEs and we do energy audit. And as a part of this energy audit, we do certain recommendations as a process by which they could conserve energy. Because we believe that for our country, 30% of our economy, multi-trillion economy that we are envisaging would be from MSMEs, and the major cost that these MSMEs will incur is on energy. Now, we must arrive at a very systematic mechanism by which such recommendations that we give, there must be a cost-effective way by which these are implemented. Because I go and say an MSME, invest 1 crore of rupee to get certain things done, they may not have that money. So we must now arrive at a process by which some amount of indigenous efforts are there, or the amount of very quick, effective way by which these processes substituted with products that could yield to this efficiency. This is an example I could say where we can make our process nation to a product nation. And we have such opportunities. Thank you.
Right. So similar theme, process nation to a product nation. I think that's the transition we want to bring. I want to bring that scale question back again. Honestly, if we are looking at, saying that let's look at resilience, as 𝗂𝗂𝘁𝗂𝗍 mentioned, and you mentioned about MSMEs, but the reality of the matter is that what Mr. Rangras also mentioned, that if we don't really get, instead of the small outfits which we are looking at, to some much larger outfits, much larger setups, then honestly us being a credible alternative to China doesn't stack up. But more importantly, there are lots of jobs to be created around this. Now, if you don't have that economic value added, even if those are mechanized, efficient things, the downstream benefits of that can be quite significant. But if we don't have that, then we have actually an employment problem in the country. Yesterday we were seeing that it's about, not just India, but mostly India, about 1.2 million jobs need to be created per week in South Asia, and 80% of that would be in India. That's a massive number. So how do we get to the scale and consequently to the jobs, whether it's directly in that industry or indirectly, I think is a question. I wonder whether anybody wants to have a stab at that, please.
Hi, my name is Ishwaran. I work at Sustainable Futures Collaborative, a research organization based here in New Delhi. I just wanted to go back to the point of how China has been different, right? So if you take the solar industry and the rise of the solar manufacturing in China, there are multiple factors at play here, right? So one is significant amount of provincial level competition. So when we think about China, we all tend to think that it's very centrally driven. It's absolutely not, at least when it comes to techno-industrial policies for several clean energy technologies, including solar. So significant provincial competition, provinces competing with each other to bring solar manufacturing to their place. And that's how it all started. And a few private players came and set up solar module manufacturing shops. And the second thing that happened in China was these Chinese entrepreneurs being extremely open to learning from the Germans. If you go back to reading some of the literature that's been written in this, there are stories about Chinese factories where you could only hear German and not Mandarin. And that willingness to learn and scale, with the support from provinces, really, made China what it is. But the flip side of that was significant industrial overcapacity, right? Like technology after technology, one thing that the Chinese do is build up significantly, leading to almost the collapse of the very same industry that they tried to build. And the same happened with solar, but that's when the central government came in. And they came in with a carrot and stick approach. They came in with a feed-in tariff policy and reformed it to impose cell and module energy efficiency requirements, right? So what Chinese companies did really well was scale and innovation in and efficiency in manufacturing cells and modules, but they did not really invest in increasing the cell and module efficiency themselves. They were just focusing on process innovation, but they were not focusing on the innovation of the core product. And the Chinese central government then stepped in with a feed-in tariff policy, giving the subsidy only if cell and module efficiency met a certain efficiency standard. And that then reduced the industrial overcapacity by reorienting the focus and investments towards actual innovation, actual incremental innovation in solar PV module efficiencies and cell efficiencies. So I think it's multiple factors at play that has led to this hyper efficiency that you see in several of these Chinese industries, and solar is just one example. And I don't see that here yet, right? So we don't have this significant competition, provincial competition and level. Resources.
Are we not seeing that in hydrogen, green hydrogen? Everybody is bending backwards to attract the industry.
We're probably seeing that, but then that then has to be combined with entrepreneurial experimentation and also alignment from policies from the central and state governments to really push for significant incremental innovations, at least to start with that. And then later we can think about radical innovations. But the designing policies to actually encourage industrial R&D and incremental innovations is something that I don't see happening yet, and that's something that policymakers should think about.
I think just adding one more data point on what you said, the absorption capacity of the innovation that is happening. Now, if you see the spend that happens on R&D, vis-a-vis many other countries, India still the dominant spend is by government. Dominant spend still. Pick up China, US, Germany, a lot of countries, and there is data to support this. The lot of R&D spend is happening by industry. So there is automatic absorption in the manufacturing process. Is this the reason, one of the reasons that could be that innovation is happening, but also when you see the fruits of it linked to manufacturing, it obviously blossoms. Overcapacity, keeping that point aside for the moment. Maybe you can, then we go there.
Sure. Yeah, I also want to come to Mr. Bose, but Professor Kārmākoti has a comment first.
Yeah, just quickly wanted to add one point here, that it's not just industrial R&D. If you look at public clean energy RD&D spending, India's energy R&D spending is significant compared to the rest of the world. This is a paper that I published with a few others in 2021, looking at energy R&D spending across several countries around the world. And India does spend significantly on nuclear and fossil fuel R&D. But if you look at the spend on clean energy R&D in India, it's negligible, right? And that is clearly mismatched with the current and future deployment trends required in clean energy technologies for our economy to move closer to net zero. And this mismatch inherently makes it very difficult to implement industrial policy and think about scale manufacturing.
Professor Kārmākoti, just get the mic across, and then we'll go over to the other corner of the room also over there.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for giving me a second opportunity. So this chicken and egg problem that we have always been talking, what we learned from China is that they completely say, oh, this is the egg and chicken will come. At some point they decide that. And for example, today, why many of us do not buy an electric car? It is because we say we don't have charging station. And what stops some of the industry to actually tie up with, if you take a highway from say Chennai to Bangalore, I come from Chennai, we have more than 700 ATMs of banks. They have generators, they have security, they have power. Why can't we just put one charging station at each of these? It would have charged pittance for some of these big companies. And then we have the charging ability, automatically the electric car purchase will grow. I think we need to start investing by believing that the technology will be finally absorbed rather than waiting for the absorption to happen, which anyway will not happen unless you have the infrastructure. I think this is where China actually makes a big difference, where they go and invest on the technology and then see how the absorption happens. Thank you.
Let's go. You have been spending, and maybe you should introduce yourself rather than my trying to do
I'm
it.
Shujoy Chaudhary. I was Director of Planning and BD just recently. I've just superannuated. I'll just start with what Mr. Kārmākoti said. Sir, this is not absolutely true. I don't know whether you're aware, Indian Oil itself has put up 10,000 charging stations. And the oil companies together possibly has crossed 20,000 odd. So it's not a question of putting the charging stations alone. It's a question of the people accepting the solution that it is. But in the context that we are discussing today, I would like to echo what Sanjeev was saying at the beginning of the thing. So look at a very basic energy solution that we have today, which is compressed biogas. It ticks all boxes which we want to tick. In fact, Sanjeev has been part of this, not this journey, but the journey in agriculture. So when we started, when government brought in all kinds of regulations in place, enabled an ecosystem, what is happening today? The technology which is needed in this country is actually not in place. We have been importing a lot of extruders, a lot of shredders from Germany. We are trying to solve the problem. But the problem still remains that if I have to scale up, let's take Indian Oil. Indian Oil has a plan to put up around 50 odd CBG plants in the country, by far the highest. But everywhere you find an issue of getting the land. Getting the piece of land itself is a 2-year process. Getting the required support, moving to the selling of biomanure. We all speak of organic manure so much, but when it comes to realities, you find so many obstacles. The chemical lobby tends to actually shunt you out of this game. So there are multiple issues, even for a simple thing like compressed biogas, which generates employment, which cleans up the ecosystem, which solves your energy import issue, and a multitude of issues which it can resolve. But going to that, when you want to scale it up, unless these basic issues are solved in the system, it just cannot sustain. So I think when we want to compare with China, we need to understand that these issues get resolved there much faster than we learn or we keep on solving one the other. Most of it is done by the public sector organizations. So the entire pain in this journey is taken by one group of organizations, while the other waits for the problem to get resolved and then thinks of scaling it up. Somehow we need to shorten this journey so that the scaling up happens at ease, and the government, the academic institutions, and all of these have to actually collaborate. I think there is a big gap here. Until this is resolved, this scaling up is just not possible.
So I think the question then comes, and let's do a follow-through on that. The question then comes is that, one, you were investing as private sector, public sector, and many of the public sectors are investing, but it's not seeing the multiplier which the government would expect. Okay, so that is not happening. It's not propagating across. Okay, that's one part of the problem. And the second part of the problem is that the R&D spend, which Easwaran mentioned, is really minuscule in clean energy.
Again, what happens is this R&D investment is by 1 or 2 or 3 public sector units mostly, where this issue, so we need to actually collaborate. See, if we all start to invent the solution, each one of us separately, it cannot happen to scale at that rate at which we want. We need to collaborate more at an industry level, create some platforms where we can solve a part of the problem and that engage together to scale it up faster. Otherwise, it's not possible to do.
So let's come to, that's a point number 3, and I want to go in there because we're not following this in any particular order, but I want to come, Sunil, you want to come in on that, and then we'll actually move the discussion to, getting some of the outcomes there. Guys, you just need to be handing over the mics, please. Excuse me. You just have to be alert in handing over the mics, please, here. Just introduce yourself and then there.
So, good evening. My name is Sunil Jain. I'm a founder partner at Sunday Renewables and chairman for Skill Council for Green Jobs. Just heard the debate going on India and China. I think so there's some point this debate must stop because you're comparing apple to oranges. India is an abused democracy. We are a highly democratic country, and we don't have the kind of rule of law what China has. Rule of law in China, I mean a diktat. This is done. Then you don't look at the profits. I still remember 15 years back, whenever I talked to a Chinese company that what are your profits, he would tell me his revenue. He'll tell me his assets. He will never give me his bottom line, never. So, let us find solutions which we can implement and do in India, rather than saying, oh, that happens in China and therefore we are not able to do it.
I get that point, Sunil. I'm
so
just
now
interjecting. Let me just interject on that point and just lay the principle. We're not trying to be China. Okay, we are looking at that as a efficiency frontier, which through alternate pathways we can also potentially reach, and we just want to identify those alternate pathways because we cannot become a dictatorship.
Absolutely. Yeah. We cannot become a dictatorship. So we have to find solutions within our framework.
Yeah, and just that, let's get there.
That's what it is. Please look at an example that, why we don't have an R&D mindset. I would call it a mindset. Because we believe that as an industrialist or people who run industries, first we will look at a market and then create an industry. The difference is we don't create an industry or product or service and then say that for that I will create a market. It has to be an innovation. That is how I'll create a market. That is not what happens in India. So this is the thing which we need to differentiate if we have to bring in innovation. And that push has to be supported by government. Problem is we do not invest because we have that fear of failing. That fear of failing must go away.
How can we take it away?
I'll tell you one thing. I am a part of the Skill Council. When we try to skill people or upskill people, I'm actually appalled at the level of information or their skilling available. What we have to do is we have to start bringing in this at the school level, that I have to do something different. Our education level, in spite of the NEP policy, which is very good, maybe with slight tweak it can become much better. If we bring in that culture into our children from the school level of 9, 10th, 11th, that is how we'll bring in R&D. You don't have to be an IIT graduate to do, something innovation or bring out a Microsoft or something. No. Look at China. If now I come to China on the education front, this is what they do in school. They'll ask a 10th class school student to create a motor, artificial intelligence, whatever it is, robots. We're not doing that. If we start doing that, that is what, when you say advanced innovation, engagement with the industry will come up. We need to do that.
But you say that, I'm just belaboring the point. To me, I visited all the, several of the institutes, and I see really 20 years, 21-year-old, maybe not school children, but doing a lot of innovative stuff. It just dies, after some time. So how do we? So it's not that people are not innovating in the labs or the incubators. That incubation is not getting into industry. And last year also we discussed that. Naveen, you want to comment on that? Yeah. Or anything else which you think?
Hi, Naveen Munjal from Apraava Energy. A few quick thoughts. Traditionally, what has bogged us down is the level of uncertainty that prevails. People are not sure about how things are going to be tomorrow. The uncertainty of policy, the uncertainty of the environment. And as a result of which, entrepreneurs generally have been short-sighted. Try and make the money today. We don't know what's going to happen tomorrow. We haven't been able to create an Apple or a Google in India. The point I'm trying to make is that we are very, we like to be, we want to economize in whatever way we can. We are not risk takers because we are very unsure of the future. Therefore, spending on R&D, for example, is not something we would want to do because it's a longer term project. The returns are only going to come much, much later. And therefore, I think the third aspect of the industry collaboration, where you can democratize the risk and spread the risk in such a way that the initiatives that need to be taken across industry and not limited to one particular industrialist or one particular business. If something on those lines can be looked at, see, you're absolutely right, and this takes me back to what Ronnie also mentioned. We because of the quirks of history, or because of multiple geopolitical reasons, we've gotten to a stage where there is a lot of attention in India. Everybody wants a piece of the India story. And we've got that attention, but we still have to get our house in order. And unless we get our house in order, that India piece everybody wants to get into is actually going to go away, because of the fact that we are, as a country, very short-termist in our approach. We don't have policies laid down to support. So unless there is an institutionalized mechanism of R&D and where you are looking at long-term value creation, my sense is that we are getting bogged down. And therefore, if we can possibly look at the third aspect where you say industry collaboration and co-creation, maybe that is an area we could possibly look at.
I think that we'll explore that because that's a new theme. So, Sir Dr. Balian, and then we go to Mr. Tiwari.
Yeah, just few thoughts on your point number 2 and 3. Number one, I think my first point is that how much is the R&D spend of the companies, if you see, whether energy sector or any other sector, it's just minuscule on that. So the R&D focus is not there. Number 2, industry is hesitant to collaborate with academia. They don't have that faith, that trust and capability of the Indian academia. How many projects are sponsored by industry? Just look at that. Number 3, I think we need to look at much more capable institutions below the what you call the top levels like IIT, IIMs. There are NITs, there are wonderful other institutions and universities. They are having great capability and eager to undertake this thing. So that, to my mind, need to be targeted. Fourth point, I had an opportunity to really interact with some of the new projects, entrepreneurs in US recently actually. And I was amazed that in the renewable energy field, what the US government has done, they have few dozen projects sponsored and they pick up few of them and they fund it. Through these startups, they fund it, they involve the private sector itself. So the issue that it doesn't move beyond incubation is not there. It is funded by this thing, it is monitored by this thing, it is brought to a commercial level, and then there is a licensing which is then open, industries come up and do that. In biofuels, there was and I was surprised that out of the 18-20 presentations, 5 of them were Indian driven startups, and they were all at commercial levels on that.
Yeah.
Last on the industry collaboration, there is hardly any industry collaboration here. They are all seeing as a competitor there. We have great example in auto industry. Toyota and Maruti, our Indian collaborating. 2 very successful autos are made by both the companies on a joint collaboration. They are one of the most sought after and fast selling cars in India itself. That's the example on that. How they can do it, why other companies cannot do it. But I think the developing faith in Indian academia. Number 2, spending more R&D. Maybe it is mandatory, should be made mandatory. This is how you need to really develop a R&D mindset.
All right. So we'll pick up both the themes in due course in terms of, here please. But picking up the industry collaboration as a theme, whether it's worth exploring. I mean, except Maruti and Toyota, and that too they have a collaboration at Tokyo, okay, which is where it filters down over here. Otherwise, it's unlikely that it would have happened. But that could be one way of going about it, much very differently from today. But the other thing which always worries me is 2 things. One is the faith in the academia, which seems to be very low. But I think fundamentally there's a problem before that while the public sector spends, the private sector doesn't even think of spending. So faith will come later. First you have the inclination to do that. How do we get that inclination? And this is a challenge we are debating since last year. Okay, we said that this is a challenge. Also the industry should lower their guard to accepting startups. Honestly, I'm not seeing that much of movement yet. That is the problem which I'm struggling with. So while the China, the rest of the problems are there, I think some of the problems which you have to solve internally to evolve a path which is different from the Chinese path but works for us and works for the world. Tiwari ji.
Thank you, Anish. I am A.K. Tiwari, member PNGRB. So I will stick to the point number 3, industry to industry collaboration and correlation. And I will stick to myself with the oil and gas sector because energy sectors are also, the energy people are there. So if we see the total value chain in the oil and gas sector, particularly from LNG in the gas sector, LNG to all the ecosystem of your pipelines, and then CGD distribution companies, and then product pipelines and petroleum product pipelines, and petroleum product, their value chain from the so we find that there is, because as a regulator what we are seeing, I want to give my perspective that there is a need for more and more collaboration at every stage. I will just give some example for that, for the transport sector, for CNG and trucking, LNG trucking. We find that there are many gaps wherein industry to industry collaborations are essential. And if this value chain of your LNG by trucking has to improve in the country, there are many patches, there are many areas where needs collaboration, innovation, and also the startups can help in that area, where the oil and gas sector, if you see the CGD, if you see other areas also, many things can be done for startups also and for collaboration and cooperation among the various value chains. So what I see that as a regulator we have seen that we need to work out sensitively to give the more and more opportunities, more and more slicing of their cost, and integrate all the value chains, and then possibly the customer value, means customer satisfaction will be there, the customer will get more and more good product with a better price. So that part I feel.
Mr. Chaudhary.
Yeah, I'll just make a point here regarding the startup engagement. Since, again, IOC has been doing good startup activity and we had nurtured about 32 startups. The problem here comes, again, with the mindset which we were talking. See, we have a company who has built a fantastic product, let's say. We have done the POC is established, the approvals are in place. But when the time comes to go for a Series A funding, Series B funding, there possibly the companies take a step back because they are not sure of the journey ahead. At that point of time, possibly when they need the best of funds, the companies take a step back, and the feeling which has been echoed by almost everybody is whether this will scale up, whether because at that point of time we are looking at, let's say, 50 crore, 60 crore, 70 crore investment. Earlier we had possibly put in a few lakhs of rupees to establish the POC. The concept, I think, there's a serious need to think of Series A, Series B funding from a startup program rather than a POC engagement. I'll tell you, I have come across 4 wonderful startups who have, because I was heading BD, a number of such issues came to me. One who sells, who works in advanced textiles and sells suits to NASA. They are not able to scale up to that level because they need funds and the companies are withdrawing them. They had been approached by 1 or 2 private companies, but the owner does not feel comfortable. Now, once it comes to PSUs, the PSUs are naturally skeptical to move into area which is unknown for them. Second, a fantastic work being done by graphene, and since we happen to be interested in that space, we are trying to engage, but to what extent that confidence level would be there to scale it up to a major company, there's a question mark there as well. Third, a company who's doing fabulous work in biofertilizer, another a prime need for this company. So there are multiple such startups who are doing a fabulous job in this country, but I think there's the urgent need to handhold them, to scale them up, and their mentors are not a problem. The problem comes in funding these companies. So I think there an urgent need is there to create an ecosystem whereby not only PSUs, the private sector would also come together, and yes, possibly industry collaboration to de-risk a bit could be a solution, definitely.
When you say funding, is it funding or also associated demand of the product itself?
It comes. See, what happens when I am thinking of an advanced textile, the game which plays in my mind is how much the demand would be there. Would I be able to sell it to NASA or let's say EU or X and Y countries? So that doubt actually pushes me back.
Sure. Vivek, you want to come in?
Yeah.
Just introduce yourself.
Yes, okay,
While I have called you out as Vivek.
So my name is Vivek Sharma. I'm the Chief for Energy Strategy at Adani Group. So, we talked about China, and I would tend to agree there. Sitting here, we many times normally say that, it's not comparable. But frankly, I've studied quite a bit in this role also as an earlier role, that what we can replicate in India practically. And I have a few examples which I see clearly we can do some bit of it. Like immediate one I can think, and we are talking about EVs and batteries in India. This is like one of the important energy thing we are discussing. We are not thinking of standardizing batteries at all. This is not there in the table at all, the discussion. This one thing which in China is standardization of designs which they do during R&D, and everybody follows. Here, of course, to an extent I agree, because there is everybody in the industry, everybody don't want to, do the same thing, they want to try something. But I think beyond a point, few of the things are very basic to be standardized. Mobile is an example. We have gone through the battery charging facility to a common thing. Yeah, I think it's not a way. If you talk of two-wheeler to start with, it's damn easy to do it, and it can create a huge demand and ease of doing entire thing, and will give required effort to do the battery manufacturing in India, because we know what is going to definitely sell for a longer period of time. Because there the fear, whether it is public sector or private sector, the fear is that this technology will remain or will something else will come. So you need to be practical and put something which your government can do. So maybe institute like KPMG and others can think through about this, that whether it's standardization of few technologies as government mandate helps. The second, I think from last 1 decade or so, we are talking about solar backward linkage, and we talk about China, that we will be able to do modules, maybe sell, and beyond that we still hesitant, and we have not seen anything happening in India. There I remember from last 5-7 years there has been a discussion that let the public sector take the lead on, and if there is some degree of higher amount of capital subsidy or to be given, let the public sector take it. Private sector comes as a partner, or industry comes in a partner, or even academia comes as a partner, to ensure there is a overall ecosystem gets created for poly and monosilicon, because that requires a lot of initial investments, a lot of subsidy, which we normally say in China it is happening, it is not happening in India, therefore will not be competitive. So I think there also there is some degree of common, it's a pseudo government effort which can be picked up from China, where few PSUs, public sector CPSUs or PSUs, they come together and put this, polysilica, that kind of manufacturing. Just an example. There is a number of examples we can give on a higher scale when we need to achieve, where public sector can play a lead role, where the government can support them. They have also required, cost of debt is lower, many other things they have inherited. How private sector can chip in, and where everybody thinks, for everybody it will be good. Not only for individual one industry, but for everybody it will be good, because there will be a good clear source available within India, not buying from China.
I think standardization came as a theme.
Yeah.
We were in a South Asia forum yesterday where all energy secretaries were there from South Asia. It came as a very important theme of how we can harmonize. We have done it in smart meters to whatever extent, but being attempted in e-buses also now. But yeah, can be replicated.
But I think that's a very few interesting points, and before we move on, I wanted to take stock at this point of time, and lots of good stuff. When I'm looking at my notes, I can see some common threads coming in. First is the standardization itself is an example of industry to industry collaboration, because you cannot have standardization without the industry collaborating. And that, if you do that, then you, at the back end, you do your own manufacturing the way you want to do, to creating to that standard. You can potentially collaborate even on the manufacturing, okay? But at least you at the standards level, you are collaborating. And in the market, you compete. I mean, just like the Chinese also do, they compete in the market brutally with each other. But at the back end, I think that layer of collaboration which comes in the standardization, it becomes higher. It sets a common bar. But I've also seen in China that this actually causes a lot of investments into higher end skills, including research skills, PhDs coming in. The number of PhDs coming out of China and actually working on standards and is just phenomenal. It's mind-boggling in each of these fields. So maybe the academic collaboration, rather than being a entity-to-entity collaboration, a person-to-person collaboration, has to have a common thread and theme, around which then academia can also then work along with industry to say, okay, let's build up research capabilities in these areas where finally we're going to look at some level of standardization. Now the question will always be whether that's going to cut down innovation. But I think somewhere we have to find the balance. Maybe they can continue in lockstep. At some level you're standardizing on new products, you are innovating without that limitation.
Innovation will still happen, but there is a need. Suppose we're all looking at a commercial angle also for some, all the things. The problem with today with academia, when somebody was talking, we talk to academia, we think they are not there towards the commercial orientation. Like 2 to 3 years down the line, it has to have some commercial sense. Similarly, at the maybe cost of bit of innovation, if it is a huge commercial sense for the country or a scale, I think it's still, I would say, a better pick.
Yeah, I want Bharat to come in because Bharat has an analyst mind, but let me leave another question before Bharat comes in. We talk of public-private partnership in a very different vein. We talk about the private sector, and when we say public, it's not public sector, okay, it's the government. So government giving a concession and the public and the private sector bidding for it, and we call it public-private partnership. Honestly, we don't have public sector to private sector collaboration on any scale, which is why the investment which is being put by the public sector sits in that silo, and it doesn't percolate down to people who can be the force multipliers. So whether when we talk of industry to industry collaboration, we need to bring in the dimension of public sector organization, not government, but public sector PSUs and private sector collaborating much more actively, and not again at an entity to entity level, because then again it will come down to the same problem. And that has happened. Indian Oil and Adani have collaborated. You have others also. But more at the industry plane, at the product plane, and maybe the products and the standards can be a pivot for that. Bharat, please come in. I mean, I'm just reflecting on those thoughts because it's very interesting. Yeah.
Yeah, thanks. So this is Bharat Parekh. I head the power, new energy, and the ESG research for CLSA in India. So, so before we get into the two questions which you were asking, maybe the PPP, which thing you were saying, even the earlier model, which we have seen of PPP, after the award, the first P anyway misses, right? So if the first P is missing, then there is no PPP which happens. So then it's not really public-private partnership, it is private problem as one would define, or the private prosperity as one would define. And that's how we have lived with it, and it seems we are happy with it. But be that as it may, on a lighter note, what I have seen in my career is that this whole problem of R&D, innovation in India or make in India, if I have to simplify it, I think from a corporate standpoint, right, it's basically greed or fear, which is what drives a corporate, right? So the greed, if I have to see, if you remember, we used to have a 200% tax deduction for the R&D expenditure, right? And a lot of R&D expenditure actually happened during those times. The quality and whatever may be suspect, but we did really spend. And the moment it went out, clearly it went out of the boardrooms and discussion, to be frank. So rather than, cutting a corporate tax from 30% to 25 and to 15 for a few to please the world, if you would have just remodeled that, linked to some R&D as we do for some CSR spends and all that, that's a very, very potent message to the corporate, and then the greed will take over from that. And that greed has to be tied in with the fear that giving an open-ended protection, right, just in the name of Make in India, has frankly speaking spoiled people rather than solving a problem. If we give a path that, okay, you will have a 40% protection duty today, but as we do in case of PLI, that PLI sort of goes down as we sort of come up in scale, same way, the duty protection is not birthright. If that also becomes a fear, then actually R&D spend gets into reality, and innovation, it does happen, and scale gets created, and eventually you will have a global scale product and manufacturing. So I think greed and fear both needs to be attacked, in my view, to solve this problem fundamentally. Otherwise, we'll keep talking it maybe for another 10 years. Thanks.
Please.
And just lastly, just one point which you highlighted on the green hydrogen thing, right? That again, incentives are being doled out, but without understanding. I'll just give one example. If the states who have promised the wheeling and banking, if that would actually happen and this 5 and 7.5 million ton happen, I want to see how many grids will survive. That wheeling banking cost itself will sink many of the grids. But I'm saying we are doling out without understanding the problem of the other side, and which may not be an incentive necessarily, which could be creating a fundamental problem.
Yeah, if you fundamentally doubt that incentive, that if when time comes whether I'll get it or not, then that's actually creates more uncertainty than.
And if you remember, that happened in auto PLI. The people weren't very sure that what are they claiming PLI on? Is it the value addition or the value? And that created a lot of problems.
Yeah, and
right?
then you'll have the tightening and the clawbacks, which
so
then
what I'm
become.
saying is the green hydrogen lobby hasn't seen the P&L of the DISCOM, who is supposed to honor that wheeling and banking.
Right.
And what happens in the peak power when they are asked to, do the wheeling and banking, and what will happen to the grid? Yes.
Yeah, we understand the.
No, which is what I'm saying, that you give out all these doles without understanding what will happen to the grid. It will sink.
Okay, we'll come back to the fact that we don't have a culture of understanding what it means, and that's one of the things we have to take. Asmita, you wanted to come in.
Yeah, so I'm Asmita from 𝗂𝘂𝘁𝑚𝑒𝑡ers. I'm responsible for the services vertical. I just want to bring a different dimension to the discussion we've been having. We are talking about competing with China. I fail to understand why don't we want to compete with the best in the world for everything. We talk about industry not investing into R&D. we do have industries like the one where I come from. We invest a lot in R&D. We have about 600 people in R&D. But where we fail as a country is to ask the industry to deliver on the performance benchmarks which will make us the best in the world. And we as an industry, even where we have set these standards, the attitude of chalta hai in our culture, where we try to navigate and find ways of not delivering, but trying to bring the standard back down, which gives a reputation that we have. So as an industry, I feel we need to deliver on the promises that we make to our customers and not drag the industry down.
Right.
That's a responsibility that we need to carry.
Right. We'll take one more response, and we have to draw this towards some kind of thought process. It is never going to be a concluding thought process, but it is at least something which we can take and work back on to some consequence. Amitabh, you wanted to come in. Yeah, put the mic over here, please, in the front.
Thanks, Anish. This is Amitabh Kumar from Equinor. So I'm really building on your point, Anish, where you talk about projects to products, and I'd extend that to industry and game-changing industries for the globe. And I have a slightly different perspective. That is, we have to have innovative products and services well ahead of their time. If we are to become hyper-efficient, we must figure out the science, the engineering, the materials in very innovative products and services way ahead of their time. Work on a mission mode to create an industry which will be game-changing for the world. That's the only way we'll do it. If you look at the way today, clean tech, everything is taken. They're all leaders. We are just trying to plug into the ecosystem. We are trying to offer a value proposition which will not make us a leader. It'll just make us a good follower. So I think that's a very limited point. If there is an Indian environment that enables us to do it, I think we'll be able to do something way better than what China has done. Because they figured out some of these industries decades before, and they put everything in place. Thanks.
So let me start drawing this discussion to a little bit of a close and see what we can do. Whether we as a KPMG or ENRich as a platform can do it, I don't know, because we are now reaching where I start feeling that we are going beyond our regular scope and boundaries, but we'll always try. We have done this, we have got till here. We never imagined that we would be here. But let me just bring it back to a few points. First is that we have a need, I think without a question, for the domestic market as well as for the world, which as one of you mentioned, that this is a limited period opportunity. If we don't cater to that need, then this is going to be a disappointment. So that's number one. Second thing is that the talent is here. Whether you heard that even in the US, there are lots of people, when you're looking at 20 companies, 5 are of Indian origin, winning the DOE challenges. That's the second thing. And honestly, I believe, having seen what I have seen, that even in the Indian institutions, not just the IITs, we have a fair amount of incubation happening, which tends to start dying off. What we then don't have is 2-3 things which are clearly coming there. We don't have a way where we are able to method to bring this to bear in practical reality. It's just starting to fall off. So a lot of incubation, at least in the energy sector, but maybe it's across sectors that we don't have the method to bring there. And one way to look at it, or maybe we'll come to the ways to look at it. The second thing which we don't have is faith in the academia. And we seem to have a lot of faith in startups, but we don't have faith in the academia. And unfortunately, that cannot survive. After some time, that thing will start dying down. We'll have shallow research or shallow products rather than deep products if we just have jugaad happening. So somewhere it has to come down to the core science of it, which our academic institutions have to take that thing back. We can talk about skills, but honestly, skills is something which is a scale problem, which we'll talk about. Dr. 𝗂𝗂𝘁𝗂𝗏 will be talking about that in due course. We are going to see about SWAYAM Plus also, what government is doing. Honestly, government is doing quite a bit, but still we are not able to get this together. So one thought which is coming out clearly from this is that in critical areas, we have to find different ways to work on standards, and which will bring us to a common plane. Okay, that's one thought. Yesterday also it was there, Vikas, you and I were there. But today I think that is an integration level where industry can work with each other. And China has done a really good job of that. So we can talk about China subsidies, manufacturing, everything, but standards, and Sunil, you know this very well. Vikram, I don't know whether Vikram Gandotra is in the room. They have done really well, and that can be the integration layer, one thing. And whether we can do anything as a body together, I think maybe there's something to push. In fact, our standards meetings sometimes are very listless meetings. It's long meetings with no outcomes. We have heard that. You've been to some of those, right?
In fact, Mr. Singh, you would recall LITD 10, this was linked to smart metering. And one of the entities, I'll not take names, who's responsible for standards, bringing stakeholders together. When IEC meetings happen, people participation from China and specific specialists, 800 versus 5, including from US, others, and leave alone India. This is an army of 800 people from China. And then other nations put together, not even 1/5 of that.
So when that happens, if we start using that as a pivot to move forward, then two things can happen. One is the industry-to-industry collaboration beyond the standards can also start happening. And the second thing is that it feeds back into research, because then you are going to need somebody to feed you into it. And that's something which we should, I think, explore. Again, I'm going a little out of depth, but Nana is there from our education sector. He works with the education ministry quite a bit. And possibly that's something to try. The second thought which came out was the public sector to private sector collaboration. It's not easy culturally, but I think it's something worth a try, because there's nothing lost in bringing people together and see whether we can work on something. Again, specific agenda, starting to make that work and bring that there. Even in the energy industry, because if you have the public sector investing in clean energy and the private sector, and they agree at the leadership levels to talk, then maybe something can happen. The last thing, I think, is the question of faith in the research. And I'm going to bring Dr. 𝗂𝗂𝘁𝗂𝗏 back into this discussion. One thing which we have seen repeatedly, is that there is little faith of the industry in research. And I don't want to put it on the research institutions, because we also have heard that the industry doesn't put enough money or thing into research. But is there something which you see from the other side, which can increase the faith of, bring the mic, which of the industry in the research systems?
Just as you had put this question, I was just checking the statistics of what industry funding IIT Madras has received last year, financial year. And I must tell you, we got around 400 and...
Yeah, please.
So last year we made up to around 465 crores. It's around $52 million. It has come pure industry fund to basically carry out work which is interesting to the industry or need of the industry or need of the society which the industry has felt. So this is direct R&D to IIT Madras, which is more of a grant. But then there are consultancy and other things. I think today when we start approaching the industry, we did have this sort of, we have grown by some 200% in the last 4 or 5 years. The reason is that we certainly understand some of the problems at the industry level. We put it forward to the industry to come out and state the problem. Rather than we telling us what we know, we want them to tell what they want. And I think that has made a big difference. And it's happening in multiple institutions. So all the established IITs, the older IITs, are now looking at this level of funding. And we are seeing number of centers of excellence being funded by industry. For example, Hyundai has come out and given us a 100 crore fund for setting up the Hydrogen Valley, and it's coming up very big. Similarly, the lab-grown diamonds which the government has supported. We have equal contribution from the industry now. We are seeing those things. I think slowly we have to move towards industry relevance. And during my presentation here, I'll also talk about some of these points. But I must say that the situation is changing, and we are seeing industry participation.
Right. So we are going to have, Ajay, I know that you have your hand up, but let's take this discussion on outside. I know it's going to be a little long evening, so maybe a 10-minute break and then we come back with this. We have lots of good stuff once the startup journeys, celebrating some of those. But we also have, the address by, the thing on SWAYAM Plus, which is a high-end skilling program which government has brought about. And we want to talk about that. We want to hear Professor Kamakoti around this. The idea is not to actually have an isolated thing, but to actually bring all of this together to bear. The reason we have got a little more ambitious since last year is that what we did in the Leaders Forum last year has got us some distance, and we want to continue that journey. So a 10-minute break, you can grab your coffees and get it in. It wasn't a part of the agenda, so since I'm extending a little executive privileges over here, I'm just going to request you to come back in about 10 minutes.
Thank you.
Okay, sorry. Should he? बोले था उसको.
You are brilliant at this, to be honest.
Also, the award, I don't think Ghanshyam has come, and ESD will come back at 8 o'clock. Jiten ke bole thi, Jiten debe.
Okay, so now.
जाग बाहर गई और बुझे नहीं कॉफी नहीं की चुकाड़ा नहीं.
Hello. Hello. May I request everybody to kindly settle down, please? We have a packed agenda and we'll just get going. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We'll start the proceedings. Every year at ENRich, we strive to do something fresh, something new. This innovation in 2020 came in form of launching the ENRich Startup Search. Over the years, the Startup Search has evolved into a flagship event where we celebrate innovative startups, and it would not be possible without the support and enthusiasm from you guys. So as we celebrate 15th year of ENRich, we thought it fitting that the 5th year of Startup Search warranted its own unique celebration. A celebration that had heart of our event, the startups, at its core. KPMG is always committed to work with startups in accelerating clean energy. And we thought we should kind of felicitate that. We went through a process where we reached out to our past participants with a certain set of questionnaires, and this was covering various growth levers, including business fundamentals, societal impact, environmental responsibility, among others. We then connected to many of them to hear their story, and after several months and much deliberation by an internal jury, we have actually selected 4 startups, which we are very honored to felicitate today. May I just request Jiten Arora, our COO, and Hemant, Head of Consulting, to please join me on stage in felicitating these startups. Well, our first startup never ceases to amaze us with the sheer breadth of solutions they offer, spanning across biotechnology, oil and gas, machine learning, and even space technology. With an incredible technical depth, I would like to invite Mr. 𝗵𝗵𝗽𝗶 from 𝗂𝗁𝗃 to the stage. Thank you. Congratulations, guys. Well, our second startup is working to solve one of India's most pressing issues of the 21st century, water wastage. And they have become a leader in this space in just 3 short years. I would now like to invite Mr. Sriram Sundarsan from FluxGen. Well, I see we have amongst us Sri 𝗳𝘂𝘁𝗂𝗿𝗲 as well, Chairman CEA. Sir, you have been an guiding angel for the startup contest. May I just request you to join? Okay, sure. Well, the third startup has taken upon themselves to address the carbon emissions while also preserving the grand heritage of India's tea plantations in Darjeeling. A very, very unique startup. I would like to invite Mr. Shreya Agarwal from Alt Carbon to the stage, please. Well, our fourth and final startup of the day is combining in-house hardware and software innovations to digitize India's supply chain to bring down both cost as well as emissions. I would like to call upon Mr. Uddhav Kumar, CEO Linkit, on the stage, please. Thank you, Hemant and Jiten. Thank you so much. And a big congratulations to all the startups for your incredible journey. We can't wait to see what milestones you achieve next. Well, I'm sure everybody from the audience would like to hear more, but we'll save it for the latter part of the day where we do the Young Innovators panel. But in case during breaks and tomorrow, if you want to understand their solutions, we have the Energizing Startup Zone right there across the lobby there. So please go and visit them as well. Throughout the evening, we've heard from the industry. We had a fantastic leaders forum. We heard from policy, regulators, and as well as celebrated the startups as well, right? So it's time to now talk about academia. And according to me, it's a non-negotiable need for the energy transition, particularly as AI and technology comes to the forefront as enablers to democratize learning and skill development. There is no other better time to discuss SWAYAM Plus, a revolutionary platform developed in collaboration with Government of India and IIT Madras. Fostering innovation-led growth, we have today one of the visionaries, Professor 𝗵𝗵𝗽𝗶, Director IIT Madras. He has been pivotal in fostering innovation and spearheading the confluence of education and technology. Professor 𝗵𝗵𝗽𝗶 is a key contributor in development of electronics and semiconductors in India, and he's built the India's first microprocessor Shakti. I would now invite Professor 𝗵𝗵𝗽𝗶 to first unveil the SWAYAM Plus video and then grace us with his address, please.
India, a land of opportunity. India, a land of opportunities, resources, and prosperity. India is all set to become the world's third largest economy by 2027, where the energy sector will play a pivotal role. Energy is a foundation stone of the modern economy, driving economic development through increased industrial output and improved infrastructure for a 𝗳𝗂𝘁𝗃𝗁𝗁 Bharat by 2047. As the world transitions towards cleaner, renewable energy sources, there is an urgent need to invest in developing skilled and knowledgeable individuals to support this shift, especially with the clean energy sector constantly evolving with advancements in technology. And the world is looking at India to harness its skill base.
पूरी दुनिया स्किल्ड युवाओं के लिए भारत की तरफ देख रही है। हाल में G20 समिट में ग्लोबल स्किल मैपिंग को लेकर भारत के प्रस्ताव को स्वीकार किया गया है। इससे आप जैसे युवाओं के लिए आने वाले समय में और बेहतर अवसर बनेंगे।
Introducing SWAYAM Plus, a unique initiative from Government of India, is designed to cater to the future skill requirements in key sectors, including the clean energy space. It is an online learning platform developed by the Ministry of Education and IIT Madras, focused at bridging gap between education and skills in emerging high-priority areas, making skilled manpower available to accelerate energy transition. Further, SWAYAM Plus makes high-quality education and skills more democratic and accessible, breaking down entry barriers in critical areas without dilution of quality.
कोई व्यक्ति काम करता है, पॉलिटेक्निक पढ़ने के बाद जॉब पे आ गया, हमें उसको अपॉर्चुनिटी देना पड़ेगा एजुकेशन इकोसिस्टम से, जो इस बार एनईपी ने एनविजन किया गया है, मल्टीपल एग्जिट एंट्री, और उसमें जो जाएगा वो सारे ट्रैवल करेगा, एंट्री करेगा, एग्जिट करेगा, दे ही नीड ए व्हीकल ना. व्हाट इज दैट व्हीकल? दैट व्हीकल इज SWAYAM Plus.
to join hands for a cleaner and greener future. SWAYAM Plus invites industry players in the clean energy sector to join the Ministry of Education, Government of India and IIT Madras to develop online courses and programs that can impact and reach thousands of learners across the length and breadth of India.
We will put in all the efforts, and I request the industry, the academia, the UGC, the AICTE, all of us to join together and make this SWAYAM Plus a great platform.
SWAYAM Plus is a gateway to help create a high-quality talent base in the clean energy sector, leading to better quality results for projects and improving the overall reputation of the industry. Let's energize India's energy sector. Skilling for the future of India together.
So, may I now request Professor 𝗂𝘂𝘁𝗂𝗃 to please grace us with his address.
Hello, how much time I have? 10 minutes? So friends, I am deeply grateful to KPMG for having invited us here to talk about something I feel the most important need for every sector, in which energy sector is not just an exception. Friends, we as educational institutions, the mandate is to give fundamental foundational knowledge that can make an individual, a student, fit for understanding and taking forward the new technologies that are adopted by the industry. Premier institutions, which are autonomous institutions, have larger control over the syllabus, and we almost change the syllabus once in 2 years, and the faculty almost change the syllabus once every year. They are given the flexibility within certain topics so that they become much relevant to the industry, and as the students graduate and when they are looking at employment opportunities, they find, the industry finds a good match. And that's perhaps the reason why many of the autonomous institutions and premier education institutions like the IITs and the NITs, which are blessed with this autonomy, quickly get into, the students there get good placement, and they are sort of much relevant to the industry. But then a significant part of Indian education comes from affiliated institutions, which do not scale up at this point, at a given point of time, to be an autonomous institution. They are affiliated to a university, and the university has to change the syllabus so that the students become relevant to the current technology, and it takes time. There are a lot of challenges the university face to bring about a simple change in the syllabus, because a change essentially means not just for one institution, but hundreds of institutions affiliated to the university. So keeping all these things in mind, AICTE and UGC had come out with some very interesting orders or policies, which has actually gone perfect sync with the national education policy. And that has enabled many things. So just for the benefit of all the industry leaders here, today 40% of the credits can be taken online, and 20% of the credits, quite orthogonally, 20% of the credit can be dedicated for skill development. And that is basically done to see that the quality education, the quality in the sense, the state-of-the-art education actually reaches to the masses,
through online digital content media. And that is essentially also in line with the Sustainable Development Goal 4, where we are democratizing the opportunity. At the same time, the 20% skill courses can be taken, many of them can be taken online, and this can be used for graduation. So this is a number one order that had come from the UGC and the AICTE. Now, keeping this in mind, long before 2005, 2006, IIT Madras started this journey of National Program for Technology Enhanced Learning, NPTEL, because we also felt as teachers, those days there were 500,000 students who aspired to come into IITs. Now it has scaled up to 1.5 million students. And in those days, we admitted around 3,000 of the 500,000 students. Today, we are admitting around 20,000 of the 1.5 million students. And so the bigger question asked those days was, what are we doing for the other aspirants who want to come to IIT? Are we democratizing that opportunity? Being a large democracy, we are running based on taxpayers' money. What is it that we are doing back to the society at large? So we started this National Program for Technology Enhanced Learning, where all the lectures given by the professors were recorded, all the assignments given were put up, and the students can listen to these lectures, solve the assignments, so they have an opportunity to listen to an IIT quality education, and this was made free, so at an affordable cost. And that started around 2015 or so. Slowly we came into a model where we started conducting examination and started giving certifications. And these certificates, these courses were also industry relevant, and these certificates were helpful to the students in their placement and also internship. When these regulations from the AICTE and UGC had come, the NPTEL, now called the SWAYAM platform, we conduct proctored examination. There are many agencies across the world which do not have proctored examination. You just join, you do some course, do some examination online, and they give you a certificate. But this is a serious proctored examination. They come to a center and write, so there is no way by which they could copy. So there's a lot of credibility started getting associated with the SWAYAM courses. And today, friends, we have 1.4 million students every year taking up these SWAYAM courses, getting credit out of that, and these credits are transferred to their respective institutions, and they get it as part of their degree. So this is the transition that we have done. And these 1.4 million students get an opportunity to get the best of the best from the best faculty. Now, this was happening particularly in the technology field alone. And we have more than 1,200 courses that we run every year. Now, we actually started looking at the industry when there was this placement issue. Personally, I can give you a very small data point. I am looking at a very good system administrator, Unix operating system administrator. For the last 5 years, I am ready to pay even $100,000 per month. I'm not able to get one. Because Linux system administration today has become a dirty job. People want to do something at high level, taking Google Colabs and using some library and showing some graphs, right? So things have, so this skill set, system administration is a skill set. It is not just about technology, but it's about ethics, it's about responsibility, it's about, sensitivity to the job. You are a boss of a system. Now, this type of a skill set, this type of a professional ethics, and this type of, taking up responsibility, there's a lot more on the attitude side also. We do not have people. And this we are realizing in every sector. Today we don't have good people who can assess the building quality. Many buildings start leaking even before, when it becomes cloudy, before raining. Okay, so that's the status of today's construction industry. There's a big dearth of not just laborers, but even people at a supervisory level who can even give plans, architects. We need to work for months to get a good building that, we can call it a bit iconic. So there's a lot more of creativity and other things that need to come. And that gap has been widening. And so keeping this in mind, Ministry came out with what we can do about this, and we reached out to the industry. So this is now what had been done in SWAYAM was completely an educational institution affair. Now we have reached up to the industry, and we told the industry, what is it that you are asking for? You come and say that there is a very big dearth of qualified manpower, and we have this manpower whom we are giving degrees. Now there is a mismatch. As our friend Mr. 𝗳𝘂𝘁𝗶𝗴, IIT Delhi graduate, he just mentioned here, it's very catching, I'll take his permission to say, we are now taking, many of these kids are from rural India, and the real feel is that we are taking them and giving a degree, making them useless both for the rural India and for the cities. Right? So somewhere some gap has come, and this employment issue has come up very big way. There are some people who are working like cleaning cars, circulating newspapers, and we ask them what you have done. They say we have done BE electronics. And this is the real state of affairs. And so what we can do. So we reached out to the industry and we said that you please tell us what you want us to teach so that they become immediately employable. You take the kids, you spend around 6 months training them. At the end of 6 months, they may ditch and go to somewhere else because they are trained. So you also have that risk. Now let us know that 20% of these courses can be online. Now please tell us what we can do so that we will train these kids and make them job ready. And it will be part of their curriculum, right? And this is where we started, the SWAYAM Plus. Friends, this SWAYAM Plus is not just about technology. It has more than 8 to 10 verticals. We start from logistics, nursing, health, many things. You can visit the site to see. Now, many industries have come forward and they have started giving their courses. So these are the courses. If the students can do these courses and you run a proctored examination and you say that, okay, this is the marks that they have got, then we are at least ready to look at their biodata for internship come placement. And this is where we have come to a common platform. We have more than 100,000 students into this platform in the last 6 to 8 months of its existence. The most important thing is, so far, there was not an attempt for industry-delivered courses to be assigned a credit, right? Suppose some industry X comes and teaches the student, that can be part of the credit system, right? This was not there. Now, SWAYAM Plus, in coordination with the National Credit Framework Agency, we are now assigning credits to these courses. So if you bring a course from the industry, we go through that and there is a program implementation committee and we assign credit. Okay, this course can be given 4 credits. This course can be given 2 credits based on the number of hours and type of delivery, etc. Once these credits are certified by the SWAYAM Plus, the universities can ask their students to do these courses and these credits will be automatically accounted for the degree programs. In addition, we have multiple entries here. Any working professional can also come here and this can be a future of work for them and they can basically take these courses so that their employment in their respective organization, or if they are willing to go for a shift in their focus, they can use this platform to learn more courses. Now, this is the big difference that we have brought now. So now we are inviting all industry to basically come forward and tell us what you want us to train the kids. And we will now make an earnest attempt. You can come and give your courses, which our program implementation committee will look at it and immediately respond. So our response time is less than 15 days. right, by which we can upload that course. And then we go and advertise to all the universities saying that these are the courses given by these organizations. Now your candidates can take these courses and you can give the credit, and 20% of the skill development credits can be used for this. And we also track which students have taken this, and based on that we give those, with the permission of the students, we also are in a position to circulate their CVs to the respective industry, so that when your HR is looking for some particular capability or particular skill set, they will find a ready-made match. And this is something we are now looking at. So through this platform, I'm making a very earnest request to all leaders here, industry leaders, to come forward and use the SWAYAM Plus platform. Please request your managers, your HR to get in touch with us and tell us what is. So there are two modes. If you have a course, you can bring it. We will put through the PIC and we can assign a credit and we can advertise that. Or if you can actually come and tell us this is the syllabus that we need, then we will make the content. Or we have a lot of other courses, we will put all these things and give you a content. You can take it back to your HR, your managers, and see whether the content is okay and come get back to us. And then we can upload this. So two modes. One, you give the course itself, or you give the contents and we make the content development and give you back. So this is a very important activity that we need to do for the country, for our young generation. And I'm sure, and this is the need of the hour, there is certainly a skill gap. Friends, I must also tell you that today there are, even in developed countries, when there are certain very high-end technologies to be established, these establishments have failed just because there was no qualified manpower, or there is no manpower who can work for that technology. For example, semiconductor is sort of 24/7. And in some places, we can't have something like on Friday 5 p.m. I go back and Monday 9 p.m., 9 a.m. I report. This doesn't work. So that's where, it needs a 24/7 very dedicated type of thing. And that's where Asia will become a sort of a human power, human capital power. I think if we enrich our students with that type of knowledge and skill set, and with their work ethics and work attitude that they have, I think Asia will become a human capital. It will be a very big force to be reckoned with. Let us all work together, and this is an invitation to SWAYAM Plus. Thank you very much. I'm on dot.
Thank you, Professor 𝗂𝗂𝗫𝗃𝗁𝗁. It's actually, please, you can come down and take a seat, but before that, we do want to...
Yeah, before that, I'll request Anish to just share a token of appreciation, please.
It will be my pleasure to hand it over. ENRich has been there for 15 years. I've been running this for the last 7, 8 years. I just realized that the maturity of the conversation has gone up so much. And a part of it is not because what we do, but what we collectively do, including the academia. Last year, when we were talking about industry-academia collaboration, we were on a rant mode. Now it's not happening. And what I hear from Dr. 𝗂𝗂𝗫𝗃𝗁𝗁 on the SWAYAM Plus initiative, it clearly tells us that there is some change which is very vital, which is happening. These are all small building blocks, and today we might still have the angst which we were talking about earlier, but I think we also see the ray of hope coming through. It's going to take a lot of doing, but it is something which is real. Now, we talked about the power demand going up and how the power sector needs to modernize quite substantially. Somebody who's been driving this from the front is with us today, Mr. 𝗳𝗂𝘁𝗃𝗁𝗁, Chairman, CA. I'm going to invite him to come and deliver his address. Just that I want to make a couple of mentions before Mr. Prasad comes on stage. You know, various people have various concepts of what role CA has been playing. Okay, but we are very lucky in this country that we have a central, you know, policy support body like the CA. It's a quasi-policy, quasi-regulatory role which is coming, which has been there. But then now the developmental role which CA is playing is phenomenal. And week before last, 14th and 15th, or was it last week? You know, time flies. We had the brainstorming sessions over the 2 days which Mr. Prasad hosted. And it just was phenomenal. The amount of interest we saw, the amount of participation, and the quality of the discussions we saw was phenomenal. But when I spoke to him earlier this week, he said a lot of those things have already started getting into action. So I'm not going to take more time, but I'm going to invite you, sir, to talk about your vision of change in the energy sector and the vision of innovation which you see in the power sector. Please, sir. Yeah, and I must mention as he comes up that the CA celebrated its Golden Jubilee, which is quite a milestone. So we have 15 here and 50 there. So we, you know, phonetically similar, but we know that how long a journey and it has been. Sir.
Good evening to all. And let me once again thank KPMG for inviting me to be a part of ENRich 2024. I had been a part of ENRich for quite some time. I think it has been a regular this thing. So in spite of the fact that I have hurt my leg, I thought I'll still come and be a part of this session. Anish, you rightly said, is the manner in which the power sector is changing. And if we are not dynamic enough to adopt to this change, probably we'll miss the bus. And this is happening everywhere. This is not happening only in one segment of the power sector, or broadly if I see the energy sector, it's happening in almost all the segments of power sector. And that really led us, of course, we had been talking a lot about energy transition, just transition, energy security, energy independence, so many so forth. All these words are very common to you all. You must be hearing from many of the speakers. But then how do we really achieve this? Becomes a big question mark. People come, talk very big. But if you really drill down to the actionable point, probably you will find that there are still so many missing links. And if you are able to tap these missing links, probably you will be able to accelerate the process where you would like to achieve. And those thinkings led us to plan for that brainstorming session, what Anish was referring to. It did coincide with our 50 years completion. That's another area of it. But what we planned there is what exactly is required for the country to take to that particular level, what we are aiming to, and which Honorable Prime Minister is also keeps on referring, is in the Amrit Kal period when India completes its 100th year of independence. At least the sector, we should be at par with any other developed countries in the world. And if I have to do that, probably the task is enormous. Time remaining, the time is clicking down, and time remaining with us is only 23 years in which we have to achieve that kind of a goal. Each stakeholder will probably have to do their bit, whether it is the generating companies, transmission companies, distribution companies, even the consumers, the industry partners who are already here, probably, and academia. I think they are also not far behind, and everybody has to really do their bit, and that is what we discussed in that 10 sessions that we had in that brainstorming session. And we have got very good recommendations there, and I think Anish, being a knowledge partner, will come out. But what this time we had planned there is that we will not only deliberate and give the recommendation to somebody else, but we'll take it through as a part of the action plan, and we'll try to review it after 1 year as well. That means it becomes almost like a roadmap and action plan, and that will keep on getting reviewed, so that at least whatever we wanted to achieve in a shorter time frame, medium term time frame, and the long term time frame, we are able to achieve that kind of a goal. Now where we are, in fact, if there we had presented what is likely to be the scenario of the power sector in 2047, and what we saw is huge numbers. And these numbers are coming, say for example, if my demand grows by around 3 times, this year we achieved around 250 gigawatt, if it goes around 700 plus, goes to 750 and of that particular order, then what kind of a resources that I'll require. And these resources, again, it will multiply from a present capacity of something like 453 gigawatt, the ratio being only 2 times as of now, we'll have to have 4 times or 5 times that numbers, and probably we might cross 2000 gigawatt of that kind of a capacity in that time frame. How it will come is, if you frankly ask me, I don't have the answer as of now, because maybe as per the present condition, I can tell you, okay, this will come from, so much will come from the coal, so much will come from hydro pump storage, something from the solar, something from the wind. But even in the present situation and the present technology and the present visibility that the power sector has, these numbers are mind-boggling. Even for the solar particularly, if I can quote a figure, from 89 or 90 gigawatt at present, we need to go to somewhere around 1200 gigawatt, which is a huge number in a just time frame of 23 years. So what all these will lead to? It will probably lead to some kind of a further technological advancement and further technological innovations, further efficiency measures. Maybe something coming from the equipment side, something coming from the industry side. All these will have to happen, and this is what we are seeing as well. If you see the efficiency of the wind turbines, say 5-6 years back, if you see the module capacity of solar few years back and the present, we have already taken a good leap. But probably that may not be sufficient enough to take care of the requirement of the country in that time frame because of other constraints. And these other constraints will be maybe land, maybe some other issues that will start cropping in. So that means what it leads to is the dynamic resource planning that we need to inculcate as a part of habit in all the segments of the power sector, and that is what we started around 2 years back, and the results have started coming in now. And these dynamic resource adequacy plans is now mandated with all the distribution companies. They have no option but to do it, go before the regulators. In fact, on last Friday only, we had a good discussion with all the regulatory commissions, and we have said, we have already told them that you have no option now but to see the DISCOM's resource adequacy plan, approve them, and try to ensure that 24/7 electricity is given to the consumers. So this is how it will translate to. Another area this also leads towards the transmission side, because until this, okay, we can be made responsible for the interstate lines, that is being done, but what happens to the intrastate, that is within the state? So one further exercise that CEA has started, besides the resource adequacy plan for generation side, we have started for transmission as well, and we have said that, okay, we will handhold the states, the STUs, in making their robust transmission planning for next 10 years. And this again will be rolling in nature. That means every year you will have to revise to take care of the changes that is happening in the particular system. So all these, and the first time we are also trying to prepare the distribution plan as well, and the draft is already submitted to Ministry, and hopefully we will be able to make it through in next 2 to 3 months. Honorable Minister already announced it on 14th from the podium. The idea is to really ensure that the entire value chain, particularly generation, transmission and distribution, all three of them have a good robust planning and a visibility of at least 10 years each time it is being repeated. That gives a good visibility to the industry as well, because this plan is not simply a plan of numbers, but it also gives you that, okay, these are the equipments that I'll be requiring, and in this time frame I'll be requiring. So any changes in that gives a direct visibility to the industry that, okay, I need to enhance my capacity, I need to augment my capacity for certain other things, and so on and so forth. And then it also gives you an investment opportunity, that document also gives you a good visibility of the quantum of investment that will be required to take care of those kind of equipment that is being planned for the country in that given time frame. We will be very shortly even coming out with 2047 plan and 2050 plans, wherein similar numbers we will like to churn it out, so that if I am able to give that visibility around 20 years in advance, subject to certain changes and certain modifications based on the real-time scenarios, at least the industries will be prepared and we will not face these challenges that we are facing now, that is the supply chain issues. So we should be prepared to take care of the industry's concern. We should be able to prepare to take those equipments into place, and those things should be commissioned at a right time, at a right place. Because now the things has totally changed. We can't now wait for something to get commissioned in 10 years, 20 years time frame. It has to be very quick and it has to be dynamically adapted so that at least we are able to meet the aspirations and expectations of the people. Things are changing in terms of, I'll say, in terms of demand side as well. There are segments, say for example, green hydrogen. There are segments for the data centers, even the artificial intelligence which will be driving the data centers. Right now, I was just churning out the numbers into today itself, and what we saw is the present visibility itself tells me that roughly 10 gigawatt of power will be required only for the data centers, which will be going for the applications of artificial intelligence. And these numbers is going to multiply depending on the use cases that we have. This I am saying only from the perspective of the power sector and some related sectors. But maybe if I take it to the all other segments as well, which will be using AIs probably in future, the things will change and multiply in that numbers. Now, if these things are going to happen, the challenges to the grid is going to multiply and multiply many folds. There will be the already things what we have started experiencing is the behavioral change that is coming in the operation of the grid, and mainly because of the behavior and the things that is happening with the solar and the wind, the patterns, as well as the challenges of balancing with the battery energy storage, which is right now not in the grid, but slowly and slowly we will have to integrate these things and along with the hydro pump storage to take care of the balancing requirement of the grid as well. So what I just wanted to give you a glimpse is in the given situation, even not only the three major segments of generation, transmission and distribution, but the associated sector like grid operator, he is also sitting here. So they also have a huge amount of challenges, and if we don't take corrective actions, probably the things are going to be very, very difficult. Then in this situation, what comes is the innovations. And innovations, I have just mentioned one earlier. There could be n number of such innovations that we can think of. Particularly, say for example, recently when I had visited SIGRE, I could see that there is a chance, and there when we deliberated that can we not tap the direct high voltage line and supply directly to the consumers. That means the line, 1,000 kilometers of line which is traversing across the rural areas. Now we don't have any tappings there, and we are not able to supply any to any villages. Can we not do that? And there is a solution now that high voltage line can be directly tapped to 440 volts, and we can give them electricity, which is hardly 1 megawatt or 2 megawatt, which will be a requirement of the villages. And these villages who rightly out gives you a lot of trouble in giving the right of way. Probably if they start getting the benefit out of these transmission lines, probably the ROW issues can also be resolved in a much quicker manner. because they will also see the reliability of supply coming to the rural areas and also the benefits. And even the entire grid will benefit it, because what we are doing right now, we are transmitting at a higher voltage, much higher voltage, keeps on going into 765 kV or 1800 kV. Maybe tomorrow when we are talking about 1200 HV AC lines, and then again we will step it down to 440 volts. All these things will not be required, and then transmission and T&D losses, etc. will also reduce. So all these innovations we'll probably have to think about it. Another area that I would like to touch upon today is innovations in the policy making. Innovations in the manner in which we are trying to solve the issues. There are so many things. Say for example, the disputes which leads to time overrun and cost overrun, which had been the case earlier. Can we not put innovative methods to really sort out these issues and try to see that there is no time overrun, the cost overruns? How do we do it? Again, a big challenge. Some of the initiatives have already been taken by Ministry of Power by setting up dispute resolution committees. And these committees have been assigned a task. And because now whatever actions we are trying to take, we are trying to see that its outcome is also being monitored and it is implementable. Say for example, just to quote one, that is Dispute Resolution Committee, they have been given a mandate that at the most you will have 5 hearings and you will be paid only for 5 hearings. If you are going for the 6th hearing, you will not be paid for it, number one. Number two, they have been also given the timelines of 90 days that, okay, within 90 days you need to resolve this particular issue, or else you have to say, you have to give decisions out of this. It's not like going to the court wherein the decision keeps on taking years together and you are not getting any answers to it. So this type of mechanisms, probably we will have to think many such similar type of mechanism which resolves the issue in a timely manner, and you don't end up into a situation where it is a loggerhead between the person who is contractor and the person who is a developer, and then you keep on dragging it and having cost overrun and time overrun issues like that. Of course, besides this, a number of other things, other measures, particularly in terms of policies, whatever are the challenges that the industries are facing. I think we as a policy makers, we are in touch with all the associations and trying to see that whatever pain points that you have, please do come to us quickly so that we are able to sit with you, and in an interactive manner we should be able to solve your issues and we should be able to take the sector forward. At this platform, I can only say that we have a huge expectations from ENRich, and last year I think I had given one assignment to ENRich, probably they are already working on it, and we see huge amount of opportunity of AI, particularly in the power sector, particularly in terms of demand forecasting, in terms of RE integrations, and in terms of so and so forth, because there are so many things which is changing, and the days are not far off when human interventions will reduce and the machine will have to take over. And that is the day I will closely keep on working with Anish on this particular aspect. But then from the industry, definitely the expectation says that the time is clicking. We have huge goals to achieve and we should be in a position to do that. But in doing so, what Professor just before me also pointed out is the skill development, and that's a challenge in the power sector as well. We don't have the right skills as of now, and I'll say, let me tell you that IITs, NITs can definitely do a good churning of the engineers, but what do you do with the workers? That becomes a big challenge. What do I do with the lineman? What do I do with the person who is going and setting the rooftop solars? What do I do with the people who is going to your house and trying to ensure that the disruption is minimum? I mean, all these things needs to be taken care, and this is how we have started from CA side. We have taken that initiative, even going up to the lineman and trying to educate them, and we already had 4 rounds of annual events on linemen. So we have to tackle the unskilled part of the area where the things are not structured. You can definitely go to SWAYAM Plus and try to, this good for those people who are engineers and who are good person who can really have this access to it. But the person who is totally illiterate and who are the really people who really go and do the work on their hand, probably if you don't skill them properly, probably you will not be able to achieve that quality what we are trying to aim at. And this can come if and only if we are able to target this particular segment as well. But then the challenge is to give 24/7 quality power to all my consumers. And with that aim, I think we all have to work together. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, sir, for your address. May I now request Anish to hand over a token of appreciation, please? Thank you. Well, a little while back, you saw startup winners come over the stage. I had promised you that time that you will get to hear more from them. Well, we will keep you waiting no longer. Our aptly named Young Innovators panel will deliberate on their personal stories and their entrepreneurial journey. The interesting thing about stories, you see, is they reveal some facets of us that otherwise we would not talk about. On that note, I would like to invite on stage our panelist, Mr. 𝗵𝗵𝗽𝗶, soon to be doctor, because he's obtained a degree in philosophy. So can I have you on stage, Amit, please? Next, we have Sriram Sundarshan, Director of Fluxgen, a guy with a mission to create water-positive industries, and he also has an interest in astronomy and cinema. We have Shreya Agarwal, who is founder Alt Carbon. He has a passion for carbon sequestration, and also he is keen to protect the India's tea plantations. We have Uddhav Kumar, CEO Linkit, a pioneer in digitization in India's supply chain sector, also a golfer as well. Now, rounding out this panel, we have somebody who will tell us the other side of the story. Funding is very important criteria for startups, and it impacts their vision. So we have Ms. Sarika Saxena, Managing Partner, India Angel Networks, and also a movie buff joining us today. Can we have, ma'am? Yeah.
Just coming up.
Okay. Now, very importantly, our panel will today be moderated by an innovator who at heart is the most youthful of them all. So I would like to invite Mr. 𝗂𝗁𝗍 𝗃𝗂𝗁𝗍, Head of Clients and Markets, on the stage, please.
Thank you. And if you're wondering, Amit is wondering why I'm standing over here, because he's supposed to do the MC's job. I'm not going to take away your job. I just wanted to leave a comment which the minister made while he was leaving. He just advised the press to move away from oil prices and focus on what work is happening with these people. He was suitably impressed by it. So I think there's a press release which is going to feature tomorrow, not oil prices, but these innovators. Let me hand it over to 𝗂𝗁𝗍 to have the discussion.
Thank you, Amit, and thank you, Anish, for that wonderful introduction. I couldn't have been happier but to have this wonderful panelist with me here. My name is 𝗂𝗁𝗍. I have 3 reasons to be the moderator for this panel, and I want to tell you all 3 why those are. So the first one is this panel is called the Young Innovators Panel, right? And young basically means that they have to be younger than the average or the median age of India. The median age of India is 28.4 years as of last recording. But the problem was that the average age of this group was 32. So they say, how do they actually balance and bring down the average age of this panel below 32? So effectively did some mathematical calculation. They said, you know, they need the 6th guy who's 10.4 years of age. Of course, Anish tried to find another one for 10.4 years of age, but our HR guy said that no, that will be a violation of labor laws because child labor is not allowed. So he actually went around and found that, you know, can we find, if you can't have 10.4 years of biological age, can we have 10.4 years of mental age guy? And that's how I got selected. So I'm the youngest here. So thank you so much. That's the first reason I'm here. The second reason I'm here as a moderator is, I don't know how many of you tried, but please do try. I know these days the medical science has done enough progress that you're all going to live longer than what you had imagined, God willing. But the retirement age is what it is, all right? And even before retirement age, these days, I heard enough about AI and Gen AI from Anish. There's a website called Will Robot Take My Job? willrobottakemyjob.com. You can go onto that website. It actually has a scientific analysis of saying what is the probability and what is the time horizon in which the robot will take your job. And I looked at many kind of jobs. Of course, the job of a consultant is definitely going to be taken over by a robot very, very soon. But there's one job which actually had a nearly 0% possibility of being taken away by the robot, and that was the job of a moderator. And I said, how could that be? Of course, that sounds like a recession-proof and AI-proof job. But then I said that the criteria was that, one is what is the development in the AI system and the required intelligence to do that job, which of course, as you can imagine, as a moderator does not require any intelligence to do the job, so robots were there. But the other factor was the cost of the robot to do that job. And they realized that the cost of robot to do the job of a moderator was more than the intelligence required. So they said, okay, let humans do this job. So that's the second reason I'm here. I chose the job which robots will never replace. And the third reason is something which I'm actually quite proud of. The third reason is that Anish and I go along many years, and he always says, I have a lot of respect for you. I said, but your words have never meant into action. You have a lot of respect for me, so kuch karo. So he says कि एक आपको बुलाएंगे बड़ी event में, and you will be the moderator for that event. Event बहुत बड़ी है, but I have only one request. मैं last session दूंगा आपको. So I said, चलो कोई बात नहीं, भागते भूत की लंगोटी भली. So those of you who understand Hindi. So that's the third reason I am the moderator for the last, but hopefully not the least session or the panel discussion for today, because as they all say that all bad things come to an end. So the speech of the moderator now comes to an end. And at this point now I invite my panelists to actually enlighten us about the wonderful work which they are doing. So I will start right from Amit. Amit is from 𝗶្�. Amit, can you tell us in 2 minutes what you really do and what you want to do?
Sure. So my company is called 𝗂𝘁. It is a 6-year-old company. We work generally in the area of industrial biotechnology, and we are trying to apply the concepts of industrial biotechnology for carbon capture from hard to abate industries such as thermal power plants, refineries, and steel sector. So we are employing these microorganisms to eat up carbon dioxide from the flue gas emissions of the chimney stacks. And we have been relatively successful in doing that. We have been growing for last couple of years now, and we have reached to a scale where we can confidently say that we are deploying one of the largest photobioreactors in the country. So that's what we do. What we want to do is to keep on building interesting technologies and, if possible, survive and have some revenue also as a startup so that we can keep doing that. Thank you.
Thank you, Amit. Can I turn to you, Sriram, for tell us what you do and what you want to do?
Yeah, thank you. We are Fluxgen Sustainable Technologies, hailing from Bangalore. We are a 6-year-old company engaged in AI-assisted, IoT-based water sustainability solutions for industries and PSUs by and large. Our objective is to help industries become water positive and at the same time increase the accountability with respect to usage of water. Today, even though we are talking about Industry 4.0, AI, Gen AI, when you go to industries and ask about the water management systems that they have, it is still archaic, it is predated at least by 100 years. They still have mechanical devices which are, having 100% human intervention in terms of not just monitoring but also reporting as well. So we started with the task of automating that and in a reliable fashion, and going forward we have discovered a lot of potential in terms of building that stack which will help industries not just report but also predict how their usage patterns as well as their sustainability goals will be achieved in terms of water.
Thank you so much, Sriram. Let me turn to the person who needs no introduction. Apparently you were on Shark Tank, or at least your brother was. So those of you who haven't bought yet, please buy Dorje tea, apparently the best tea. I'm told to endorse because he promised that if I do endorse, I'll get some free samples. Okay, so Shrey, over to you. What do you do outside of providing free tea to me?
Sure, thanks so much. So my background, by the way, me and my brother, we're co-founders of Alt Carbon. We are 4th generational tea planters out of Darjeeling.
And our journey started with trying to revive Darjeeling and revive the tea estates of Darjeeling. So the brand that he just mentioned, it was primarily a D2C brand out to sell the tea that we grow in Darjeeling, Dorje teas. But more importantly, what we understood was that Darjeeling tea estates require additional source of income, much like most of the agricultural communities in India. That's when we got into carbon credits. And when we got into carbon credits, we realized that a lot of people in the world are focusing on avoiding carbon emissions, but nobody is really historically removing carbon from air. When you think about historically removing carbon from air, the first thing that comes to your mind is planting trees, right? But it's not durable, it's not permanent. The other thing that comes to your mind is direct air capture, which requires hundreds of millions of dollars, very energy intensive vacuum cleaners in the air. What we realized is there is a sweet spot, which is enhanced rock weathering. That is a technology through which we remove carbon from air. Now, very simply to explain to you what enhanced rock weathering is, any rain that falls on earth, on rocks and soil weather. When they weather, they remove the carbon dioxide from the rain and they put it into the soil as bicarbonate ions. Bicarbonate ions is a very stable form of storing carbon. However, weathering as a process takes thousands of years. What we do is accelerate this process from 1,000 years to a couple of years. Our mission is to remove 5 million tons of carbon annually by 2030, just by focusing on the tea estates of North Bengal and northeastern India, while creating additional sources of revenue and income for the tea estates, ultimately reaching 1 billion ton for good. Thanks.
Thank you so much. That's a wonderful and noble cause. Thank you. With that, let me invite Uddhav, dear friend, to tell us about what he does and what he wants to do.
Yeah, thank you. So my name is Uddhav. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Linkit. The name comes from sort of trying to link a industry that we feel needed a lot of linkage, which is basically supply chain and logistics. The company started in 2017 after I did an internship in college with DHL and Blue Dart, who are one of the best in the field, but even noticing how much chaos was going on there, we felt that others could probably use some help as well. It of course started with the mission more of just simply helping companies cut their costs and be more efficient. And as time progressed, we started focusing more on sustainability and helping companies go green as well in their supply chain and logistics. Especially when our solutions started running in Germany and Singapore, where there was a bit more of a focus. We sort of started moving our solutions more towards actually helping companies do that. We do that either through a pure software approach or through using IoT devices as well. And now we're serving more than about 5,000 companies across 4 countries. Yeah.
Thank you, Uddhav. And of course, I kept the best for the last, so Sarika for us. And Sarika, of course, most people know here what you do, but it'll be a good idea to tell briefly about the Alpha Fund and what are you looking for and what kind of innovations are exciting you?
Thank you. I am Sarika and I'm part of the IN Alpha Fund, which is a 1,000 crore venture capital fund based out of Delhi. And we are an early stage fund, which is supporting entrepreneurs in their journey. What we are looking for is, of course, innovative startups, passionate people, and which have focus on impact and are technology driven. So in short 3 words, that is what exactly we are looking at. And some of our panelists have ticked their boxes, so let's see. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sarika. Let me get to Uddhav once again. And my question is, tell us a little bit about some significant difficulties along the way where you've reached today.
Difficulties, okay. We've always been a very customer-oriented company, but I think that the primary difficulties that we also face are actually with the customers as well. I would say the biggest one is probably the procurement departments. And we always see a very big divide between the, the sort of the cost targets that a procurement department has versus the outcome targets that an operational division has. And I think that that usually leads to a lot of issues. The second one would be many times the customers not really knowing what they want. So we actually call ourselves supply chain doctors, and at all these events with you would have noticed that I'm probably the only one not in a suit. At all the expos as well, we make it a point not to be in suits, and we sort of wear t-shirts that say we are supply chain doctors. So when these companies come to us, we sort of just tell them that instead of coming with your preconceived notions, just tell us your problem and we'll come with a solution. But The difficulty with that is that everyone usually has a lot of preconceived notions in terms of what they want. I think these are probably the two biggest challenges that we sort of face along the journey. Everything else has been fairly positive. I think post-COVID, though it was a difficult time for everyone, it sort of ended up accelerating technology adoption a little bit more in our field as well.
Thank you, Udha. The only reason I wear suit is because I'm told that till you get a personality, at least dress up properly. So someday I'll give up when I have personality like yours. But thank you for sharing such wonderful two insights. Let me turn to Sriram. And Sriram, the question which I have is that I've had the opportunity to know a little bit more what you've done, and congratulations for winning the KPMG Innovation Award. The work which you do is sometimes under the hood, right? You know, it's really deep down, some leakage, water, etc. How do you really make that as a big issue for people to realize and actually do something about it?
I would just like to extend an answer to the question that you asked earlier. I think the problem statements that people were already living with, right? So we just emphasized and magnified that to just show it and showcase it to them that you are actually living with this. So problem statements were actually something which basically we highlighted and then provided a solution for them to tackle it. In a nutshell, basically what you measure is what you can manage, right? So that was not happening with water, and primarily that is because even the event today, it is AI for energy. Why focus on energy? Because energy is costlier, right? And it is a little more tangible and all pervasive, but water essentially is also as essential, but it is, I would say, undervalued as of today. But we do see that there are a lot of mandates which are coming in, which are basically giving more focus. Especially there is a ministry now called Jal Shakti, which is giving a lot of mandates for the sector to become a little more organized and accountable. So in that respect, what we have done till date, or tried to do till date, is that we have been able to save almost 6 billion liters of water for industries, and we aspire to reach at least 10 billion in the next 1.5 years. So all this is possible not just because our solutions are doing something tangible on the ground, but it is because we are able to provide reliable data for people to take actions upon.
Thank you so much, Sriram. I think water is really an important thing for all of us to conserve. For, I think I'm sorted, but for my next generation, I don't want to waste it. Let me turn to Sarika again this time. And the question which I have for you is, given that everybody is talking about AI, it's very hard today to find a company which says we don't do anything with AI. So in such noise of AI and AI covered facade, how do you find real innovation?
You're right. Everybody, whoever is not doing AI, and if they don't do it, they're not considered tech enabled, right? So yes, everybody is looking at AI, but we also look at AI as enhancing the underlying technology they're anyway bringing. So they should be solving a real problem, and AI should be adding to it rather than just having an AI layer on top, not doing much. So yes, AI, is important, but not on its own.
Thank you. So AI must solve the core problem and not just be the layer on top, is what I'm getting. Let me turn to Amit. Amit, a quick question for you. Sometimes regulations come in the way of doing some of those things. Has something troubled you from regulatory standpoint, or the regulation for you have actually been helpful?
Since we work in the areas of technology that we have, so we have, just for the information of the audience, we have filed for around 15 patents. So if you are filing for technology patents, that means there is a high chance that you are doing something that has not been in the purview of policy domain, or there has not been any guidelines around it. So we always face this question whether policies, if they come in future, whether it will be detrimental to our business, or will it help us, or will what we are doing is legally binding or not. So all of those things are always a question. It has not been impediment till now because more or less every time we are in touch with the stakeholders and the policy makers. We work closely with a lot of policy makers, for example, Niti Aayog, and we are working with them. So we have a fair idea on where things are going, but we do miss sometimes, and then we are ready to course correct. Apart from that, I have taken a degree in philosophy to understand the ethics of things that I am doing. So I am morally not accountable as such because I have clarity of thought at least. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I had the second question to Shrey, but I'm actually going to skip because I just got a message saying I'm standing in between you and the drinks or dinner or whatever. So I just decided to turn the table a little bit. So rather than just doing these boring questions and interesting answers, I thought I'll also turn to some interesting questions and interesting answers. So can I request the Mentimeter to come up on stage here? We'll try and play along. So that's the, let's go to the Mentimeter screen direct first. I just want to make sure that everybody is playing along with me. All right, so can you just scan, and requesting all our panelists also to scan and see if you can play along with me on this very interesting discussion which you're going to have. Are you guys okay if I put them to a little bit of hot seat fire? Because these guys seem to be too relaxed. That doesn't look like a good idea for a young innovator. They should be a little bit under fire. Okay, so I'll start with a little bit. So we got about 5-8 people. So those of you who are interested to play along, I really expect about maybe 50 people to join in. Give me thumbs up so that I know there are about 10 people who joined. Have all of you joined? Okay, all of you joined? Oh, your phone is not there. All right. So whatever answers you hear, Sarika takes no legal obligations for those responses. So we've got about 26 people. Okay. So let's turn to the first question. And if I could ask you to go next on this one. My first question, no, not this one. Just go back to the Mentimeter. So yeah, just go to the first question. I want everybody to play along here. What is one superpower would you like to have today? And you got 3 choices. You want to become invisible at will. You want ability to read others' minds. Sorry, wrong spelling for ability. Did not go to KPMG quality check. Ability to teleport anywhere. So what would you like to have today? I've got 20 responses. Can I see the results, please? Okay, all right. Just press H. Fantastic. Okay, all right. So about half the people want to read others' mind. Don't try it on your spouse. It's a bad idea, all right? Because sometimes it's good to live under the assumption that your spouse loves you. Why do you want to read the mind, okay? Or maybe you want to read the minds of your supply chain guys, saying, you know, what are the procurement guys saying, all right? Or you're unmarried, okay. So you want to read the mind of your date, okay? So about 18 people say they want to teleport anywhere, and only 6 people want to become invisible at will. Looks like a room full of advertisers, okay? So, but let me tell you some good news that the second and third category you are in for good news, because before I retire, we will have the ability to teleport anywhere. Before I die, we'll have the ability to read others' mind. But those of you, the 6 of you, no chance. We have no ability to, so no technology. By the second and third, technology will exist, but the first one, it'll become impossible to become invisible at will. So that's a good question. Let's turn to the next question. Just press next on this one, and I want to see. All right, this is an interesting question. Hide the results. If you had a time machine, would you like to go back in the past, or would you like to go in the future? I've got about 21 responses. Have you guys responded? Perfect. All right, let's see the results. Okay, about 45 people. Only 17 people are worried about what happened yesterday. Everybody is the man of woman or child of tomorrow. So about 2/3 people want to fast forward to future. Dekh lete hain mera bhavishya kaisa hai. Baki 18 people want to, maybe, I didn't say you can change anything. Neither you can change the past nor you can change the future. You can only go back. So seems like you're depressed. So you want to go back into good times. But anyways, I just want to get the temperature check. Let's go to the next one, please. And the last question on this round, and I'll have a difficult round thereafter. In your view, sorry, the question got off. The question is that, in your view, AI, is it bad from energy consumption perspective, or is it great because it will solve the energy problem? All right, so let's see about 37 results. Let's see the results. What does the group feel? What does the group feel? Okay, show the results. H, please. Wonderful. I think this requires a round of applause for everybody here. Thank you so much for doing it, because I get a lot of criticism about AI consuming energy, but I actually belong to the 45. I think this should be really, and Anish, I don't know whether Anish is, he disappeared after showing me the respect. that about 90% of the room feels that AI is good. So those are the questions which you answered. Now the tough time is for you guys to answer, and a little bit of turning the table, okay? While you answer this question, so these are rapid fire questions. Each of these guys will answer the question, and you have the power to give them score. So think of it, and your scores are on a level of 1 to 5. The first one is, the answer was great. The second one is, somewhat relatable. The third one was good enough. The fourth one is, could be better. And the fifth one is, please don't waste my time. So I'm going to have 12 questions to these guys, and I'll have the ability for you to rate them on a scale of great to please don't waste my time. I'm not going to do anything. My phone is away. I'm not going to touch. So guys, please, okay? Whatever you answer, make sure, forget about the KPMG award which you got, but the award which you get today, you can take home and say how proud you feel about the audience saying how great you were. So please pay attention to these guys' answers. I'll pause after 6 questions, so you will vote after 6 questions, and then you will vote after 12 questions. All right, so let's go to the...
5 is great or 5 is...
They will not have to choose. इतना confusing नहीं बनाते हैं हम. वो लिखा होगा उसमें great.
Okay.
So I know these guys try to game the system, okay? They'll say, I'm horrible, but reverse the scale, right? Don't reverse the scale. We are smart consultants, okay? We have no ambiguity in conversation, and these days Gen AI does the translation, okay? So let's turn to the PowerPoint. I want to make sure that you read the question well, because I'm told that many people are sleeping. Some people have hearing difficulty. So I'll start from that side, and next time I'll start this way. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, don't have much time to think. Question, think on your feet. The first question is, what is your single biggest value proposition in just few words?
Timely delivery.
Timely delivery.
Leave more water for future generations.
Wow, more for the future generation.
Our cost effectiveness and permanent carbon removal.
Cost effectiveness. इतना तैयार करके आयो answer यार.
Not have your logistics manager call you at 12 a.m.
Very good, very good. Thank you. Sorry.
Support entrepreneurs for the future.
Everybody can read the question. I'll start with you, Sarika. What is the one most innovative aspect? Okay, sorry, you don't have start. So you can skip this one. Sarika get 10 on 10. All right, Udav, what is the one most innovative aspect of your startup that you're proud of?
Unfunded.
Unfunded. Wow, thank you so much. Keep all the money with you. Don't share this. These are the guys who don't believe in distribution of wealth. Very, very bad. Please, can you give us lower scores for this? All right, Shrey?
That we're actually reviving Darjeeling's tea estates.
Sorry?
We're actually reviving Darjeeling's tea estates.
Oh, you're reviving Darjeeling tea. Wow, that's a great part. Thank you.
Incorporation of AI into our solutions.
I just told you that don't waste time with AI. Okay, try next time, better answer. Okay.
Probably the resilience of the top team in bad times.
Resilience of your top team, that's what he's proud of. Next question, please, start with you. All right. Okay, what's the one underrated tool or technology that's a game changer in AI, in energy sector?
Sure, so I have a very good answer for this. So in
yeah,
I know, because
let these guys decide what the good answer is.
Sure,
that's called overconfidence. We talk about underrated thing.
All right.
Okay, all right.
Underrated AI tool is for the exploration of oil and gas, there is no tool that is using AI so that we can explore more fields and produce them economically. And I know this because we have collaborations with DGS, Directorate General of Hydrocarbons.
Good number for the answer, but very bad, slow, not rapid fire. So guys, just be careful, okay? There are marks also for being fast, okay? All right, Lex?
Predictability. Predictability. Yeah.
Predictability. Okay, good. Thank you. Shrey.
Flexible power grids.
Flexible power grid.
For artificial photosynthesis.
That's a brilliant one. I like it. Thank you so much. I'm actually manipulating the audience so that I get the free Darjeeling tea. Every time I give you some score, I get a box, right? Thank you. Okay, I've got 6 already.
Energy redistribution.
Very good. Energy distribution.
Global analytics.
Global analytics. Okay, all right. Next question, please, and start with you. Next question, please. Okay, all right. My screen takes a long time. What is one thing that you wish AI could do?
Again, get global data available to people.
Global data availability, all right.
In whichever field.
Solve all my HR issues.
Solve all my HR issues. Very good. Thank you so much. उसके बाद जाइए, उसके बाद HR issue solved है. वो resilience लेके बैठा हुआ है. हाँ जी सर, आप बताएं.
One thing that I would wish is it could contribute positively to green transition, but we can solve those problems.
Good one. Thank you.
Find me the good investor. Find me the good investor right away.
Find me a good investor. Oh, okay, okay. There's an investor sitting here. All right, sir.
If it can predict if the people that we are hiring are good or not.
Oh, I thought if it could get all these people to give you 10 on 10, that's not going to happen. All right, okay. Let's turn to the next question. Okay. What's one thing you wish AI should never do? All right, आपसे शुरू करते हैं. What's one thing which you wish AI never do?
Maybe take my job.
Take your job. Go to Will Robot, take my job. You might get an answer. Thank you so much.
Do a pitch.
AI should never replace art and music. I don't want to live in that world.
Oh, no replacement for art and music. Thank you.
Deep fakes and email scams.
Deep fakes, growing problem. All right. We just tried a deep fake on Anish. Yeah, okay.
Replace human innovation.
Replace human innovation. All right. Okay. So Sarika wants to live in the old world. She doesn't want the innovation. Anish, Sara pitch kharab. Haan, okay, okay. Very good. All right, let's go to the next slide. I think this is the time for interim review for these guys. All right, is that the, yeah. So go back, now this time for you to score. It's midpoint. You have the ability to correct. You will get this score so that now you can see. So can you guys please go score these guys and now switch to the Mentimeter and I want to see what people have scored. So you got a slider from don't waste my time to great. And I want to see only 2 people have answered so far. Guys, anonymous, so nobody gets free Darjeeling tea. You can score it, yeah, of course. Self-promotion is allowed. We allow, in KPMG, we all open and honest communication, all right? You can give yourself 10 on 10. Okay, I've got only 3 people answer so far. Please rate each of these 5, you just move the bar and you will know. And I bought immunity because I'm going to be transported from here on in armored truck so that I can't be hit, including I can't be hit by carbon. So, all right, got 23 responses. I want maybe few more and let people respond. And can we see the results? Ah, okay. So name, sorry. Okay, yeah, that's something we should have got name, but. Okay. I thought you guys were best. Chalo, 3.63. Yeah, they're not entrepreneurs here. Okay. All right. Okay, let's give them the opportunity to improve their scores now. So we have already given the half point. So let's come back to the last 6 questions. And this time we will hopefully have the ability to score. Okay, let's go to the PowerPoint and I'll have 6 last questions. And we'll start with Sarika again. What's the most unusual question you ever asked? And, or maybe I'll change the question for you. What is the most unusual thing you've heard in a pitch?
We don't want to dilute.
You don't want to dilute.
But we don't have any money.
Okay, you don't want to dilute but have no money. Uddhav, what's the one thing which weirdest question you heard in a pitch?
So we haven't pitched, but then recently a client just asked me whether I could hire him.
Ah, clients.
That was awkward. Because we were depending
That happens with consultants all the time. Okay, so you evolved in life. Thank you so much. All right, Shrey?
For us, this investor once asked us that, so you are telling me you're going to remove carbon and end up making money.
Carbon नहीं है क्या enough? दाल में मक्खी और उसके भी मक्खी के अलग से पैसे.
Okay, just a little background to this. So when we were bootstrapped, after 2.5 years of incorporating the company, we started looking for funds. And we were actually cash positive at that time also. So one question which stumped us was, ये चलेगा क्या? So after 2.5 years of survival, hearing that probably bewildered us a little.
Long answer, good answer.
Where is Shillong? We started from Shillong, my investor after the pitch.
Where is Shillong? Where is Shillong in Africa?
It does not fall under any of the hubs. You know? So
okay.
I was like,
Thank God he didn't say where is Shillong in China, right? Okay,
God.
next question to you. what is the biggest time to, best, it should have been not biggest. What is the best time to seek funding?
I guess when you have cash and cash flow, both is great, one is good.
Okay, thank you.
Ideally never, but still, at least it also paves the way for creating a bigger ecosystem. So as long as I would like to borrow that.
Like when your cash flow. Your responses are very long. You're going to lose this one.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. So as long as you're cash positive, yeah.
Okay. As long as it's cash positive, marks don't matter. All right. Okay.
VC enables moonshots. Whenever you get money, take it.
Get it whenever it comes. All right. Uddhav, never get it.
Still figuring it out.
Still figuring it out. Sarika, this one you should help. When is the best time to seek funding?
Only when the VC approaches you.
Only when the VC approaches. Don't
yeah.
Never propose somebody unless the other person.
That is when you have cash and cash flow.
Yes, be in a leverage position. Next one, I'm starting with Sarika this time. One must-have slide or a thing in your pitch. What is must in?
A very solid GTM.
GTM, very good. Thank you so much. Uddhav?
Something that wakes the other person up.
Something which wakes the person up. All right, good. Thank you.
For our client pitches, the story is very important. We always have that.
Story. Okay.
Story around the stress of water.
Thank you. You did very well this time on time.
Why you think it will not work?
Why do you think it will not work?
I keep it in my pitches.
Okay. All right. So you tell why it will not work. Next question and starts with you. All right. What is the most underrated skill of an entrepreneur?
Patience.
Patience. Okay. Very good. Thank you so much.
Tenacity.
Tenacity.
Being curious.
Being curious.
I feel everyone can read my mind, actually. I was going to say patience.
Patience. Okay. Very nice. Sarika?
Resilience.
Resilience. Very nice. The next question is a similar one. What is the most overrated? Okay. Sorry. I think that question got skipped. So what is the best advice you have given to somebody? And the question for you that what is the best advice you received?
Be yourself.
Be yourself. Thank you.
The grave is filled with people who thought they were indispensable.
Very good. Never be indispensable. Nobody is indispensable.
What glass ceiling? You can always go for the moon. Yeah.
Thank you.
Be original.
Be authentic. Okay. Be original. Next.
I'm sorry, but I think take money wherever it is. That's the worst advice.
This guy is here to take money. All right. You'll get the money. Thank you so much. I think this is the last one. The last one, actually, this is a very interesting one. Starts with you again. If you were to trade places with somebody on this one, who would you trade place with?
Yours.
Mine. Easy money. All right, get it. Thank you. Let me put a rule saying now you can't copy that answer because that was the best answer. That was 100 on 10.
I don't know. He read my mind. Probably he got that.
Okay. Okay, you can give it to me. Okay.
I would take his space. I would also like to save around 10 million tons of water, man. Doing great job.
Perfect. Thank you.
Money lady, Sarika.
Thank you.
I would trade places with you where you don't have to raise money.
Wonderful. Wonderful. Okay, so can I have a round of applause for all these guys? I can't tell you how dense the last 12 minutes were for me. I've heard everything, and I want to say that everybody gave some really good insights today, but this last 12 minutes were the best for me because the amount of insight density in the last 12 minutes were truly, truly superb. You guys spoke from your heart, you told the real advice, you gave everything. So now, audience decides who's the best and who gets the prize. So can I now have, for the last time, the Mentimeter and for everybody to vote here, please. And I'm going to now move into an armored truck after this so that none of these guys kill me. And if you want a free box of Dorje tea, you know who to vote for, but unfortunately anonymous. Okay, all right. So we've got 12 people. Please. Some of them don't remember the name. So do you want to just say your name so that everybody votes and you don't get anonymous votes?
Sure. I am 𝗵𝗵𝗽𝗶.
Amit.
Sriram.
My name is Shreya.
Uddhav.
I don't think I can be confused.
Sarika. Perfect. Okay, all right. So we've got 26, some more. All right. And with your permission and your paused heartbeat. Can I now show the results? Round of applause and the result slide, please. Let's see who's done what. Who's going to win? Oh, this is like a TV show. Sriram, what's going on? Sriram, I feel very sad for you, but the game is not over yet. Actually, it is going, and all of these guys got 10 on 10. Thank you so much. That was a wonderful show. So with that, I have earned my dinner, and so do all of you. And thank you very much for playing along with me. Thank you very much for putting up with me. I really enjoyed it. I hope so did you. These guys are amazing founders, and we got an amazing investor here. Please, 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 whatever you can do to grow their business, that'd be my personal advice. Thank you so much.
Don't go away. Don't go away. Something coming. Darjeeling tea.
So 𝗂𝘁𝗃, now you know why Anish showed respect, and we had this panel at the end. So may I request
अमित की जॉब बचाने का तरीका और कुछ नहीं है.
So may I now request you as well as Anish to share a token of gratitude to all the panelists here.
Let it come on.
Thank you, 𝗂𝘁𝗃, and ladies and gentlemen, our agenda for the Innovation Day draws to a close now. But please do not forget to join us tomorrow as well. We have a very action-packed agenda. The conference day starts tomorrow at 9:30. While I would request you to join us for some refreshments and dinner, but please do join us because today we are celebrating the youth and innovation. We also have a young ENRich band playing for us. So please show them some encouragement and love and join us back here, please. Thank you.